esto. Parece que ya no hay drops del Spin Marine, me parece. Bueno, aquí Sommion de vuelta con Dogma. Y esto no mueve mucho. Y está el cable este aquí, me lo va a dar a la cámara y me lo va a quitar. Habíamos dejado porque anoche estaba con sueñete. Y tengo la partida subida. Y vamos a intentar ver si no me logro hacer bien colarme en el palacio. Porque estoy viendo que podrá fallar y me meten en la cárcel. Por la puerta de trasversal entre medianoche y el amanecer. Lo que debería ir primero es a ver si puedo aprender. Espérate. ¿Dónde está Guildo? Que voy a aprender a hacerme invisible.
こちらですね。ジョブギルドをご利用でしょうか。こちらで受けたまわりますよ。
Tú también deberías aprenderla ahí. Y ya me le hará. Yo supongo que ahora cuando podemos hacerlo, ¿no? Que se está haciendo de noche. Y todavía no es de noche, o sea, está anocheciendo, o sea que ahora es cuando podemos hacerlo. Eso es un... Espérate un momento, espérate. ¿Qué es esto? Ah, un cementerio.
せっかくですから探ってみては。
Morgues y o sea, si un civil muere. Eso que por si mueren los NPC, ¿no? Resucitarlo.
ベルンワース城に向かいましょうか。
Guíame al palacio.
お疲れ様。到着のようです。
どれくらいの時間離れることに。いえ、効率よく体を休めようと。
各社様が戻るまでおとなしく待ちましょう。
各社殿ですか。ついてきてください。
No me va a guiar ella.
立場上警備は続けねばなりません。いざ荒事の際はご容赦を。どうかお気をつけて。
Ma- La Edad Media japonesa, ¿qué quieres decir con la Edad Media japonesa? Uf, y aquí esto no tenía... No había un... agacharse o algo aquí. Y Leara, ¿tú no me puedes guiar? Ah, no, Leara no puede entrar conmigo. Oh. Parece que está... ¿Dónde indica que es eso? ¿Arriba? Yo no veo un carajo. ¿Dónde es eso? Es un guardián. Carajo. Ah, vale. Ah, vale, no tengo que poner el juego ahí. Juan también lo está jugando en japonés. Dice que lo tienen jugando en japonés para practicar para cuando vaya a Japón. Esto por aquí. ¿Qué pone que por aquí, no? Carajo, es que... Carajo, no sé dónde ir. ¿Y por qué coño no recupero? No me ven con... ¿De verdad no me ven con esto? Pues coño, tendré que ir a la segunda planta o no, supongo. Que no pone... A ver, que vea. Que me han pedido que... Me ha dicho que investigue, pero no me ha dicho que investigue exactamente, a ver. Y busca pruebas incriminatorias en el despacho de la reina. Ah, vale. El despacho de la reina de gente. Uf, wow, a ver dónde está el despacho de la reina de gente. Ah, mira, por aquí, ¿no? Estoy yendo bien por aquí, ¿no? Hola, aquí está la reina.
君は静かにしてくれ。人を呼ばれたら困るのは僕も同じなんだ。ひょっとして君も母の企みを暴くために
Hostia, el príncipe.
そう。後期ディーサは僕の母だ。黙っていてごめん。騙すつもりじゃなかったんだ。本当のことを話したら誰も僕には関わりたがらない。
Oh, este es el de. Ah, coño, es el que ha ayudado en el pueblo.
いや、そんなことはどうでもいいよね。それより、そんな。じゃあ君が本物の各社だっていうの？ひょっとしてそれも母が。
Sí, tu madre es una puta.
お部屋におられないそうだ。どこかで見かけたか。
Este es el fin.
いえ、私は。何かあったら D 様にお叱りを受ける。急いで探すんだ。
ごめん、僕のせいで騒ぎになったみたいだ。君も早くこの部屋は外れだったけど、母のこともっと調べてみるよ。何か僕が先に出て衛兵の相手をするから、君はその間に
Pues ha salido mejor. No he tenido que cargar la partida ni nada. Me ha salido bien la cosa. No sé si me ha salido bien la cosa por el de esto y de esto de ladrón o que los NPC son mierda. ¿Qué te ha pasado, Sommion? ¿Cómo que por qué te ha...?
なんだね。わしの収集した彫刻を、ほっほー。収集家としてどうぞ見ていってくれ。というのも、わしの集大成として作らすあれが届かぬことには、わしどうしても見たいというのであれば、彫刻家はバクバタルに住んでおる。頼んだ彫刻の
聞ける話がないか探ってみましょう。
今ですよ。私を踏み台にして跳躍を。
Porque me está indicando.
荷物持ちすぎでは。
今はしっかり支えて。非常に興味深い解放でした。我がマスターへのいい手土産になりますね。
No hacía ninguna falta.
何をしていいかわからない。私そんな時は占いに頼るのよ。占いはバカにできないのよ。あ、そう。あなたも迷ったら作戦士を訪ねてみるといいわ。
Sí, ya conoció a la Úrsula esa. Yo no veo nada. ¿Y este dónde está el objetivo? ¿Está en otra puta ciudad o...? ¡Yo! ¡Oh, oh, oh! ¡No! ¡No! A no ser que haya un carro o algo que lleve ahí, pero ¡Dios! Ni de coña voy yo ahora a eso. Vamos a entregar la misión de este hombre.
依頼者に会うだけです。目的の品はちゃんと持っていますね。
これを届けたら少し休みが欲しいですね。
賛同します。
今日は何をしようかな。何もしない贅沢って大か。
まずはたどり着きました。
陛下が各社として名を立てられるよう、今はなすべきこといかがでしたか。後期の執務室に何か怪しいものはありましたか。この切れ端は密書の。さすがにこれだけで証うことはできませんが、何かを企んでいるのは明らか。まさかスベン公使までもが。これは朗報ですな。リーサもスベン公使の前では笑顔を絶やさぬと言います。その公使が協力してくださるとなれば、リーサの目を盗み、ご苦労様でした。陛下、私にできることなのか。
後期リーサ、
piedra.
一体何を企んでいるのでしょうか。
No sé si hace primero lo de buscar información.
どう理解すべきなのか。
Buscar información de lo de la Risen.
この男について気に留めておきましょう。
陛下が各社として名を立てられるよう、今はなすべきことをこなしていきましょう。こちらでも手を尽くしておりますが、見せかけよければアーサーの素性を知るべくベルムントの東端の調査をお願いできませんか。ありがとうございます。見せ隠し王の正体が分かれば。
ついてきてください。
Espera. Espérate. ¡Coño! ¡Coño! ¡Guillo! Quieta. Oh. Quieta. Ya, señoras. Quieta. Tusa.
いい日になるといいですね。
Señora, qué padre. Oh, espérate, ¿qué indica aquí? ¿Qué me indica aquí? Ah, lo de vigilar este, ¿verdad?
何か
La
視
sombra
線を
dice.
感じますね。ここでいいはずですが、目的の相手がいませんね。時間をずらした方がいいかもしれません。
今は少し時間が合わない状況かと。時を改めて再度試してみましょう。
Vamos a descansar y vamos a volver. Espérate. ¿Dónde vas tú corriendo?
.ありゃりゃ、追い込まれたか。やるじゃないですか、各社さん。尾行される覚えがないんで。そんなはずはないと。あんたに自由に行動されると不都合な連中がいましてね。あんたを監視して報告するとはいえ、こうしてバレちまった以上どうですかね。もうやめるんで見逃しちゃくれませんか。そうですね、金を出しますよ。それでいいでしょ。欲張られちゃ困りますね。そういう輩は早死にしますぜ。
必要なら私に任せてください。少しお待ちを。
そこの者、動くな。
失敗だ。くそ。
¿Qué ha pasado?
おそらくバタルから放たれた密偵でしょう。後のことは数日内に知っている情報を吐かせてみせます。しばらく。
La he cagado, no tendría que haber. No tendría que haberlo matado. ¿No tendría que haberlo matado o qué? ¡Qué chiquitina!
何か買ってくれない？
¿Qué?
いいわ。
¿Qué?
何か買ってくれない？
¿Qué?
いいわ。
¿Qué?
次もよろしくね。
今回は何も買わないんですね。店主は少し残念な顔をしていたかも。
Vamos a descansar antes en la posada. Vamos a ir de día. Y aparte que hay que hacer la misión de ¿dónde vas? Sí. ¿Por qué te estás colando tú aquí? Carajo. Voy a bajarme la persiana. Ya ves y veo mejor. Oh. Uy, como voy de... ¿verdad? Como voy de objeto, voy... esto tengo acá. ¿Qué? ¡Oh! Ah, que mi peón. Ah, vale. Que alguien le ha dado un de estos. Oh, me ha asustado. Para mí que era que había matado algo. Tanto.
戻ってきましたよ。たくさんの刺激を受け。
さあ、体力も戻りましたね。
Menos mal.
旅
Aquí van a ver. Dárselo a este. Porque están pintando mi casa. Ni sabía que tenía esto. No hay manera de ponerlo que no se vea aquí.
まだまだ続きますから。
さあ冒険再開です。
Silent Hill nuevo, el remake, ¿no? ¿Qué ha sido eso? Hay algo rugiendo por aquí. ¿Por el del pozo viene el rugido?
返しを行います。何かに使えるかもしれません。
Al cachorro, un pedazo de ruido ese. ¿Qué pasa? ¡Ah, qué yo!
サイクロプスが近くに。
この音、この敵には
Venga, para abajo. Coño.
おい、あんた、とにかく話だけでも聞いてくれ。ありがとうよ。魔物のせいで中断しておったメルベトの手じゃが、魔物が完全に消え、そこでじゃ。あんたには実際に定期便に乗ってみてほしい。警備団のグレゴル殿の奥方から預かった手紙じゃ。助かったぞ。牛車が出る時間は決まっておるから、少し待つかもしれん。念のため言っておくが、牛車に乗るときは、牛車には護衛のために腕利きの兵士大丈夫じゃとは思うが、ただの注意点は以上じゃ。おっと、そうじゃ。運賃として、手紙を届けたら戻ってきてくれ。
この品を届けなくてはなりませんね。
¿Qué coño hacía un troll en medio de la ciudad ahí?
¿長旅が予想できますし、牛車に乗るのも選択肢としてありでしょう。
おっしゃる通りです。
元気そうね。
¿Dónde va?
運悪く牛車の護衛も。
この牛車は乗っていくなら料金は先だよ。
Vamos a poner esta. Coño.
わかりました。格差様のそばにいます。
諦めるしかないんだ。
La ayuda, ¿no? ¿Eso qué es? ¡Hostia! ¿Qué dragón es ese? ¡Hostia!
ドラゴンめ、みんな安全な場所に逃げて。
お前も逃げろ。あれは私だ。現れる。
ここは私の村。私が逃げるわけにはいかない。お願い、手を貸して。
Parece que hay que darle la cúpula, ¿no?
私が助けに行きます。
¡Oh, que me ha matado! No, Dios. Y vete, tío. Que voy con las dagas malas. Es que me ha dado... Yo no había conseguido una daga buena y me las había puesto. Y que parece que voy con las dagas malas. Ah, vale, sí, no, la tengo la buena.
ようやく依頼物を持って戻ってくれました。
手に入れたしな。喜んでもらえるといいですね。
合意します。
Sí, en Japón. Y si os molesta la voz de Japón, las quito, tío. Esto de salvar a mi waifu.
みんな安全な場所に逃げて。
お前も逃げろ。あれは私が狩る。現れて今はし私の上を見なさい。
ここは私の村。私が逃げるわけにはいかない。お願い、手を貸して。
Ah, vale. No puedo cambiarlo ahora. Vale, un corazón menos. Este es como el dragón zombie de... Coño, que no, tío. Ya recuperar. ¡Ay! ¡Ay, ay, 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 ay! Coño. Oh, que tiene el personaje este tiene la misma estamina que yo. Ah. ¡Qué fuerza! Vale, ya de todas formas le queda una pústula ahí. ¿Te queda más bússola o no? Uf. Yo no veo otra vez, ha vuelto a regenerar todo. Que va, ¿no? Porque la misión era repelerlo. ¿Se ha muerto alguien? Vale, ella sigue viva. La waifu sigue viva, que es lo que importa.
見失った諦めないでよかったわどうしてかしらあなたが来てくれる気がしてそこのあなたもおかげで助かったわ
ウロリー家無事で何よりだった早く村に戻って
ごめんねちょっと行ってくるわ本当にありがとう
¿Y quién es este? ¿Qué?
竜ですらない
¿Qué es esto?
くだらんまがいものとはななんとも虚しいものだ別に竜を倒すそのためだけに取り繕った竜ですらない
うわおお
なんとも虚しいもんシグルトだお前は今の各社だお前は私別に竜を倒す
Hostia, ya puedo ser duelista mágico, pues me lo voy a hacer del tirón. ¿Y ahora qué?
はい直ちに
Me voy a quitar que se me vea. ¿No? Que una pena, ojalá hubiera una opción de ocultar los yelmos como en el Destiny y todo el rollo aquí. ¿Qué tengo que hacer ahora? Montenecar. Bueno, vale. No voy a seguir a Leara, porque parece que Leara sabe dónde es, ¿no? ¿O no? ¿Sabes dónde es Leara o no lo sabes? Es que tengo que darle la carta. Lady Margit. No.
何か面白いことないかしら
あら、何か用かしら
何かよ
平凡な毎日
¿Dónde coño vive este hombre?
何かお困りでも
個人的な話なら
私しばらく端正な顔の長身で、でも目線はあんな態度じゃ、そりゃ仲良く山奥のどこかにエルフだけが住む集落があるらしいけど。
Coño, coge. ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde vive la Margui este aquí? Le hará. Tú no me sabes dónde está la tía, ¿no? Por lo que veo. Está aquí arriba. No. Vamos a completar la del dragón, porque a lo mejor es que me está diciendo que... porque me da a mí que no está. Misiones... ¿Pero dónde?
ノルベルトか。なんだ、違ったか。そうだ、あんたあのバカ、薬草を探しに行くって俺が行ければいいんだが、魔物が怖いわけじゃないぞ。見たところあんたは強そうだし、頼むよ、弟が心配なんだ。ありがとう。森に入って鳥の巣のある木を曲がって、いやダメだ、体では覚えてもあのルートは俺よし。ただドラゴンの襲撃からもだから俺のことを守ってく。じゃあ行くか。
救援ならば急いだ方がいいでしょうね。
Vamos a ayudar a hacer esto porque puede ser que el hermano muera hoy, así que vamos a ayudarlo ya.
私は生存行動を重んじ体力管理に徹します。スタミナに
Ay, ¿por qué voy con el culo al aire? ¿Por qué voy con el culo al aire, Guillo? Voy sabrosón. Yo quería aprender de esto mágico ahora.
器用貧乏にならないよう気をつけてください。
ここなら安全だ。何度かここで弟と一緒にキャンプしてたんだ。先に進もう。ノルベルトも危ないかもしれない。
¿Tú eres el que quería montar esto? Pues nada. No me indica ya. A ver, hay que montar el campamento.
Tabiはまだまだ続きますから。
さあ、冒険再開です。
¿Que va a indicar dónde es el camino, cabrón? ¿O?
まずでしょうか。
この紅葉が我々をさらに高めるでしょ
う。なんとなくですが、異界のマスターは戦闘志向も様々です。遠距離職のみのパーティーもありました。
大変参考になります。
¿Por qué subió de nivel? ¿Qué gana experiencia ahí de repente ahí por la cara?
そこから調合素材を採取できそうです。
ひとまず取っておけば後で使える。
誰かいないのか。
ノルベルト、大丈夫か。さあどんどん行きましょう。
追撃を進めて。やりますね、作者様。
私も少しは上がられました。
さすがです。
今ですか。私の未来に来た跳躍を。
もうダメかと思ったよ。
危ないとこだったな。
もう大丈夫だよ。助けて。
すまない、ノルベルト。
いいんだよ。こうしてそろそろここを出ようよ。村に急がないとね。薬草を。
ああ、そうだな。
対象を危険から守りつつ行きましょう。
Quiero volver a aprender ya el edificio mágico ese ya aquí yo. Ir en plan Viper, duales, mágicas.
ここは意外と高さがありますね。
こういう場所でこそ落ち着きが肝心なんですよ。
注意深く行動しましょう。私が拾ったものは各社様が優先してお使いください。
¿Dónde iba el pueblo por aquí?
無事ノルベルト殿を見つけましたね。メルベまで戻りましょう。私がそこへお連れします。
ではお先に。頼りにしてますよ。
Los dos hermanos. Ya. Son Merry Pipiquillo.
と戻ってこれたか。疲れたね。でも薬草を届け。
ああ、頼んだ。
¡Oh!
俺も行かない。
Ah, vale, que se va ahí.
あいつが薬草を取りに行くと言った時、俺は反対したんだ。実際それは正しかった。俺がうじうじしてる間にいい勉強になったよ。どんな結果でも動いたノルベルトを助けられて本当に良かったけど、俺がもっと早く決断していればこれからはもっとしっかりしないとな。
ノルベルト殿のおかげでメルベも救われますね。こうして無事送り届けられてよかったです。
Hostia. Espérate, ¿puedo ponérmela? ¿Podría ponérmela esa? Hostia, que sí puedo ponérmela. Y que pesa poco. Ah, pero es mala. Esto me lo han dado en plan de... Oh, esto tengo que guardármelo. Oh, claro, esto es equipo para colarme en el palacio otra vez cuando quiera yo con la armadura. Pues me la voy a poner aquí. Más o menos por ahí, aunque... Vamos, porque pesa hasta menos que mi armadura actual. Y ahí voy más o menos chulo. Que me da muchísimo. Pero va, si ahora, pues si ahora me voy a cambiar este equipo, no puedo ponérmelo.
といえばメルベはどうなったでしょうか。様子を見に行ってみましょうか。私がそこへお連れします。
得意げですね。言うからには任せますよ。
あとは依頼者に会うだけです。目的の品はちゃんと持っていますね。
これを届けたら少し休みが欲しいですね。
賛同します。
本当におかげでいろんなことに気づけた。
相変わらずの日。
¿Sabes qué personaje?
家事って忙しいのよ。
Es que hay muchísimos NPC y están todos.
長生きしたい。
私は装備強化のための素材を発見するのが得意です。
Oh, no, vaya. ¿Alguna de ustedes dos es...?
何か用かしら。平凡な毎日ってところね。
Tengo que dárselo. Esto es a Lady Margit. Después de la guardia. ¿Dónde coño está la Lady Margit esta aquí?
建国王ロセイエスの治世以来、このメルベ村はドラゴンの襲来に際し国防の要となるべく存在している地です。にもかかわらず2度のドラゴン襲来を受け、これは村長代理たる貴君の責任です。ウルリー家
お言葉ですが、マルティン殿、北の砦が建設された際、今後は北の砦こそが国防の要となるゆえ、メルベはそれを補佐せよと前節成功から命じられましてありながら、ドラゴン襲撃に際し北の砦は沈黙を貫いた。
そのような約定は知りませぬが、少なくとも私は
ですが前節
死人の言葉を語るのはおやめなさい。それとも貴君は後期様が嘘だとすればこれは問題ですぞ。メルベに範囲ありとみなし、村の
そんな私
もはや言い逃れは聞きません。この件後期様に報告をいた。
No, no.
来てくれたのに、よかったら泊まっていってちょうだい。あなたにはまだこの間の俺。ドラゴンの襲撃からメルベを守れたのは本当に感謝してるの。私に少なくとも。さあ、そろそろ寝ましょう。メル
ウルリー家はどこだ。国に背かんとする反逆者として身柄を隠し立てすればその者も罪に問われよう。ウル
リー家は出奔。何？夜半逃げるように姿を消したのだ。理由を計りかねておったが、監督官とキャツは己の範囲を悟られ村を捨てたのであろう。
では村の者はウルリー家の範囲に関わりはない。
しかり
よかろう。その言葉を信じよう。しかししばしの間我らがこの村を管理させてい
ただく。おお、
いいところに来た。お主村より出奔した話は聞いていよう。己の務めを全うすべく村を出たのだ。務めとはすなわちだが、果たして今はただあれの無事を祈るばかりだが、もしも行方を後期の手先に捕らえられたりなどして。
para empezar.
行った先、わかるかもしれません。私がここへお連れします。
Pero espérate primero que encontrar la maldita esta, tío, que... Espérate primero. ¿Dónde coño está la de la carta?
メルベにいるレンナルト殿に手紙を届けましょう。言われた通り牛車を使ってもいいかもしれません。 その人のところまで案内します。
得意げですね。言うからには任せますよ。
静かに暮らせるだけでありがたいことじゃ。なんじゃ。
¿Pero dónde está? ¿Es que me manda para acá? Siempre ella. ¿Que está muerta o algo o qué?
仕事が欲しいな。
そうですね。ここからだと案内できません。元気そうね。
Voy a tener que buscar en casa, hasta encontrar. Pero es que también es que están andando y rondando. ¿Cómo era? A ver, el objeto es para la. Ah, hacer lenar. Dirigida a hacer lenar.
要件は何でしょう。任務中の死後は
何かご用でしょうか。
何かご用でしょうか。ここは宿屋だよ。まあ普段そんなに客も来ない場所だから一人でもなんとか。合ってるんだ。何か手伝いがいるかい？毎度あり。
これは素材として使うものですね。
組み合わせによって異なるものに変化します。
何しても続く。
これ何かが書かれているようですね。
読んでみればいいですよ。
旅をしてるのか。俺も一時傭兵をやっていてね。あんたももし今の職能を極めすごい技を伝授してもらえるかもしれない。
こちらですね。
¿Qué me quieres llevar? ¿Me vas a enviar otra vez a la entrada del pueblo para nada?
Oi, oi, 近づくと危ないぞ。
なんじゃ。
Coño, ¿dónde está el que tengo que darle la carta? Pero no sé que es que no esté muerto, ¿no? Es que a veces... Casa de Lenar. Este es el que tengo que darle la carta.
治安はもっと要件は何でしょう。役立ち。
Pero Lenar es el con el que he hablado, ¿no? El que me ha pedido...
ここでしかお目にかかれない。
私に何か
¿A dónde ha ido Lenar aquí? Sí, ¿no es? Ah, míralo, ahora... Joder, es que antes no me dejaba entregarle, ahora ahí me deja.
マルギット夫人からか。グレゴル殿と仕事をした縁で奥方が季節の折々
では
お前と出会ってから私も一つ覚悟を固めた。戦士私の技を託し老骨のわがままと思って受け取ってくれ。
Ole. Ahora vamos a buscar a esta mujer.
各社様の姿見えない間はもどかしいです。
ウルリー家殿が行った先わかるかもしれません。
そこへお
連れします。
ではお先に頼りにしてますよ。敵がどこにもいませんね。
何事もないに越したことはありません。
ではこちらへ。
私は採取より攻撃行動を優先し強敵に率先して。
¿Por qué música a lobos? ¡
リザードマンです。
こいつに炎の気がないです。なかなかやりますね。
あなたの活躍の見たいです。
que me iba para abajo.
¿これ私でないとやれませんか？一応
向こうに見えるのは立像でしょうか。
どうやってあそこまで行けばいいんでしょう。
¡Uh!
私の後に続いて。道はこちらです。今は野営跡地に用はないのでは。
慎重さは確かに大事では
どうだ見たか。
徒歩で行くのはなかなかの強行軍ですよ。ケチらずに牛車を利用してみませんか。
牛車ですか。魅力的な提案ではあります。でも判断は各社様に委ねましょう。
Disarmando. ¿Voy con sobrepeso? No, joder, carajo. Qué poca estamina tengo. Sigue guiándome. ¿Dónde está la waifu? ¿Está? Leara, ¿dónde va? Ya, Leara.
拾うのは私いいですが。
¿Hasta dónde me va a enviar? ¿Me va a enviar a la otra punta del mapa? No creo, ¿no? Oh, oh, mira dónde estuvimos aquí. ¿Por qué aquí? Hostia, esto está abierto.
アーチャーの遠隔攻撃に警戒して。視界にいなくて狙われますよ。
用心に越したことはありません。
治療なら私に任せてください。一旦そのままで。
Tío, el chocar los 5 con el peón, que cómo mola eso, que yo ¿Qué pasa? ¿Que la tienen secuestrada o ella se ha vuelto la líder de los vándalos estos o qué? Ya se te partirá el escudo ahí, venga. ¿Qué hay rugiendo por ahí? ¿Qué tienen aquí en Moria? Un troll. Eda no, coño, que la ha agarrado a ella. Ay, logro tirarlo. ¿Por dónde? ¿Por ahí? Espera, espera, pues antes voy a mirar qué hay por aquí. ¿Dónde entra? No, este sitio es nuevo.
見切りをつけるのも時には必要です。
そこに何かありそうですね。
よく見て判断すべきですね。
ウルリー家殿が行った先、わかるかもしれません。そこまで案内します。
ではお先に、頼りにしてますよ。
された道を見つけました。こういう発見は気分が上がりますね。
すごいですね。私ならきっと見落としてました。
やりましたね。
リザードマンに注意を。
炎で攻めるのは無駄になりそうです。
ドンドドドドン。
わかりました。前を進みます。
¿Dónde se ha metido esta mujer?
どうしました？そろそろ進まないと。
Mato. Espérate, ¿qué coño ha sido eso? ¡Ah, que acá hay un pedrolo! Antes de que me tire para abajo, hay un tesoro o algo por aquí. Mira ahí. Por ahí. Ya no me puede curar más. Espérate. Ahora me dice que es por ahí arriba, no creo, ¿no?
岩がありますね。皆で押せば位置をずらせそうですが。
押せば転がりそうに見えますね。
Ya va. Ven aquí que te vea ese rabo. ¡Adiós! Esto no, esto es un golem. ¿Esto es un pedrolo o un golem? Qué pedazo de film he montado. ¿Dónde coño está esta mujer? Oh, y a ver. El grifo volando para tirarlo con la torre, tío. Guay, vale. Está, ¿no? Y queda vivo. Pues vale. Que se está anocheciendo ya. Pum, 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 pum. Uy, espérate, ¿aquí hay camino? ¿O no? A ver, que hay algo ahí, ¿o qué? Ya... Oh, Dios, no ha dado a los dos. Venga, vamos a leer que se nos va a hacer de noche. Tira para adelante. A ver si encontramos un campamento o algo.
日没が近いようです。
敵の吸収に気をつけてください。
Vámonos.
なんだか貧乏くじを引いた気分ですが、やるしかないようですね。
¿Hasta dónde vamos a tener que andar para encontrar esta? Más de noche. ¿Es un campamento? Uf, o descansar ahora. No es. Mierda.
敵から離れて回復魔法を使います。一旦そのままで。
賞賛がなさそうな相手ですよ。ここは一旦仕切り直すべきでは。
ちょっと何を言ってるか。
お
天高く飛びたい頃ですよね。さあ、私を踏み台に。
今すぐ助けます。
助けてあげてください。
死神は追っ払いというのね。うまくいく気がしたのに。
あそこは少し遠いですね。牛車を利用してみてもいいでしょうね。
Yo, el pobre del carro.
てめえの相手してるほど
しけた面だな。
長旅が予想できますし、牛車に乗るのも選択肢としてありでしょう。
おっしゃる通りです。
私の得意なのは所持品による回復支援です。
A ver si encontramos un campamento o algo de camino. Joder.
ゴブリンがいます。
用心に越したことはありません。
Coño, que me muero. ¿Qué me ha pasado ahí? Sí, eso es verdad.
なかなか肝を冷やしますね。
Tengo los espolones de oro, todavía lo he perdido.
役立つ素材を得られる場所ですね。
得て損にはならないでしょう。ゴブリンです。
ここは私に任せて。
点と言える立ち回りができました。
この紅葉が我々をさらに高めるでしょ
う。A ver si llegamos ya donde está la peligrosa. La pelirroja peligrosa.
いい装備してるね。さあどんどん行きましょう。全敵必勝。天高く飛びたい頃ですよね。さあ私を踏み台に。
Oh, mira, campamento. Pues ahí voy a descansar. Vamos a limpiarlo primero. ¿Qué estaba yo ya antes? No hay nada más aquí, ¿no? Voy a crear las mierdas esto antes de que me pudran las ceras y todo el rollo. Y voy a cambiar las voces, voy a poner en inglés ahora.
「食後の語らいもいいですが、早く寝ないと。
Oh, mierda. Yo, me han roto el campamento, loco. Y ni he descansado, loco. Joder. Oh, miernita, es un material raro. ¿Por qué Morgan Freeman, tío? Uf.
お前さんと一緒におれて幸せじゃよ。
No. Esta vaquilla. Este off.
ガードを固めても無駄ですよ。抱えてやればほら無力です。
Qué putada lo de que me hayan roto el campamento que yo para mí que había limpiado.
立派な橋ですが油断せず渡りましょう。
まあこの橋なら崩れはしないでしょう。さすがに。
そういうことですか。
伯爵様、私が助けに行きます。
Oh, puentísimo roto. Uf.
Chika道はこちらですね。目的地を更新してはいを再開。します。
Al menos está ya amaneciendo, la madre que lo parió.
もう撤退ですか。調子が上がってきたのに。
A ver si este campamento tiene más shit al lado. Increíble.
これを使いましょう。今ですよ。私を踏み台にして攻略を。
採取を行います。何かに使えるかもしれません。
がにここで休むようでは探索も進みません。
疲れたらまたここを訪れるとしましょう。
Mira, que no me acuerdo qué pack va este el R1. Dios, al final voy a tener que tirar. Para el 2 ese a tope. Se ha matado él solo. Se ha matado el hombre lagarto solo.
これは素材として使うものですね。
組み合わせによって異なるものに変化します。
Yo no sé por qué aceptaría tu misión, maldito viejo, la madre que lo parió. Uf, porque está vibrando tanto esto. Uf, son un cíclope. Pasando de enfrentarme a un cíclope, vamos. A ver si en este campamento hay... esto es lo del Minotauro. No. No.
我々の個性、いいまとまり方ですよ。うまく役割配分できていますから。
これならどこにでも行けそうですね。
それはそうでしょうね。
No joda. No me fucking joda. No me fucking joda. No me fucking joda que no se puede ir por aquí. Y yo... Oh. Yo tengo que dar puto bordeo. Tengo que dar puto bordeo del siglo, Guillo, para llegar.
またあそこに立像が見えますね。
あれに登れば周囲がよ。
Solo me quedaría tirar por aquí, ¿no?
見えそうです。
Qué pesada de vuelta para la puta misión que no me va a dar un carajo el viejo este. Pero no quiero perderla aquí. Voy a tener que tirar para aquí, para allá. Oh.
治療なら私に任せてください。少しお待ちを。
くたばっておけ。
Que no es que... Hostia, que el tío se ha quedado súper atrás. Uy, tenía pisado el cable de esto.
ウルリー家殿が行った先、わかるかもしれません。
Perdió el viejo.
私がそこへお連れします。
得意げですね。言うからには任せますよ。
¿Cómo coño?
そこから調合素材を採取できそうです。
ひとまず取っておけば後で使えます。
Que quiero hablar contigo, cabrón.
厄介ですね。隙をついて暮らせないようにしないと。
上手に越したことはありません。
戦果としてはまずまずでしょうか。
この紅葉が我々をさらに高めるでしょう。
A ver, viejo, ¿dónde está? Ven, ven. A ver.
役立つような話はできん。
La madre que te parió, Guillo.
さあどんどん行きましょう。先手必勝。
Por aquí a la izquierda y bordeamos a ver si uno le lleva de salida al otro continente ese, porque es que uff. Claro, no me explico, tira por este camino y tira para la derecha. Y el camino este principal para arriba, si es que hay camino principal para arriba. Y ahora tira para la derecha. Ni eso, es que creo que no hay camino. Es que creo que no hay camino para llegar donde está lo del viejo este. Es que yo creo que no hay no hay manera de llegar.
そうですね。私がお手伝いします。よろしいですか？確かこの辺りにも立ち寄る場所がありましたね。
迷ったら心の声に従う。各所様ならそうしますよ。
Si estamos en lo del falso sobre. O que lo hemos fallado. Ah, es donde tengo que ir. Pues picha, guíame.
偽隠者王の尻尾をつかむことは大事です、ね。
Guíame.
ベルムントの東端に行ってみましょうか。その辺りまでお連れします。
Pues sí, guíame, picha, porque ahí es donde tenemos que ir.
その岩動かせそうですね。何人かで押してみるとか。
転がすつもりなら押してみる。各社様なら残りの一人で倒せるのか。
得るものがありました。
こちらですね。
Ya te sigo. Dígame dónde, cómo es llegar al poblado. Pero no me va a llevar a dónde está el camino cortado. ¿No? ¿Y dónde me va a llevar?
¿私の得意なのは所持品によるか。
ついてきてください。
¿Nos vas a meter donde el Minotauro?
作者様、こちらですよ。
¿Qué nos va a meter donde lo del Minotauro? Míralo.
注意を。ミノタウロスがいます。
こいつの弱点は氷属性です。
敵から離れて回復魔法を使います。少しお待ちを。
了解しました。
焦って攻撃を振り回さずによく観察しましょう。何が無駄なのか。作者さんに助けていただけると。
Vámonos, vámonos, vámonos. Porque me has estado guiando aquí, Leara, ¿por qué? ¿Qué hay por aquí? O por aquí. Vámonos, pasando del Minotauro. Mira, coño me enfrento yo al Minotauro.
ありがとうよ。これは礼だ。もらってくれ。
誰かが我々を見ている。そんな感じがしますよ。
おいあんた、村に入るやめといた方がいいぜ。この村、こんな場所で商売なんてできるかよ。
今のは何でしょうか。この村で何を見たのでしょう。
やめといた方がいいぜ。こんな場所で商売なんてできるかよ。
あの宝箱を開いてみます。
いらっしゃい。ご用は？
Ah, pero ahora no me voy a pedir ya nada.
毎度あり。
欲しいものがない時もありますよ。無駄遣いするよりはマシです。
商品を眺めただけでも気は紛れましたよ。
ああ、あなたが噂のお客人ですか。この村にはいかなるご用で？この村について知りたいと。他にも何かご用がありますか？ああさあ、この村にそのようなものはおりませんわ。そうですか。
ここはもちろんお代はいただくけどね。
こんな時間でも眠るにはもん。
さあ、体力も戻りましたね。
is a chest. I shall take a look inside.
Look, Master, a treasure chest. We shall have to find a way to reach it.
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde has señalado tú? ¿Dónde hay un cofre, maricón? ¿Dónde has visto tú un cofre? No hay ningún cofre. Me has mentido muchísimo.
Very useful ingredients to be gathered here, I'll wager.
No harm in picking a few.
Greetings. I must say, I trust you are enjoying your soda. If you have any questions, ask away. I should be glad to aid you. You're curious what I know of you? Naturally, I'm not the only one. Our village has its own network of spies and informants, you see. You're the second arisen to come to Vermont. And you've allied yourself with Captain Brandt against the Queen. In response, she... Oops. I must... Don't misunderstand. I'm no ally of the Queen Regent. Those who deal in information must ne'er align themselves with a particular... Is there aught else you care to ask? Arthur, you say? I've lived in this village many a year, but I can't say... Is there aught else you care to ask? If aught about our humble village, for 'tis here that thieves are in to begin with. Those who, of course, you are no exception. That you which is to say, you have my approval. Is there aught else you care to ask? Aye. Take care then. You, sir, are worthy of inheriting my out. Once mastered, 'twill allow you to fell all foes, both minuscule.
Hostia, por hablarle yo siendo ladrón.
Having the Arisen obtain a maester's teaching is a welcome boon for us pawns as well.
I shall strive to learn from your example, that I might reach new heights of my own.
Creo que tenemos nuestra pista aquí abajo.
Do you know how long you'll be? I only ask so that I might adopt the most effective staff.
Pista de obstáculos. Oh.
You made it after all.
¿Y de quién es el que nos habla en el pueblo?
Guess that means I win. Oi, you lot best pay. Dear me.
O sea, un gremio de ladrones o algo ahí. Sí, a ver, eligió la profesión perfecta para venir aquí.
You didn't disappoint, did you? You've done well. Seems only fair I answer any questions. What can I say? Not many people bother with this place. Luckily for me, anyway. Most visitors we send them packing with a trifle, and if they don't question it, good riddance. Anyone that complacent has got. We only train the rare few who make it here. That all you wanted to ask? Figures you'd want to know about. We're supposed to be neutral. Ordinarily, I wouldn't say a word, but I suppose I can tell you. The situation being what? His real name is Dara. He was one of us, but he's been exiled. We had no choice, see? After he went off to play the false arisen, we're men and women of shadow. Since that's why he was cast out. That all you wanted to ask? For all this, Dara was in line to become the next thief maester, but he failed. Took a massive injury to the chest, so the title fell to me. That's when he went off, saying he used the scar in his chest, and what a scheme that turned out to be, eh? Now you'd have a hard time proving that he's not who he says he is. He's a wily one, but we can't have him thinking that he gets to go off and enjoy a peaceful. Me thinks he needs something to remind him of the debt he. Now, as to the Maester's teaching, not sure you'll be able to use it to its fullest potential.
Oh. Ole. Oh, que me estoy. Oh, fin.
That all you wanted to ask? What can I say? Not many people bother with this place. Anyway, we send them pack. We only train the. That all you wanted to ask? Aye. Till next time.
You're the one then. Fine.
How dare... Not half bad!
You've my gratitude.
Yo, que eligió la profesión perfecta para venir aquí, Guillo. Equipito de ladrón. ¡Oh! ¡Oh! Lo sabía. No he tenido que gastar en nada. Venga. Tío, la taza. ¡Oh! Venga. Equipo de ladrón. Y... no hay más tier de... Oh, ¿esto qué es?
Greetings, Master. Is this where you've been all this while?
Our party is reunited.
Whatever could you want from me?
Pues listo, hemos acabado aquí, ¿no? Ya es...
Methinks I have an idea of where Sir Ulrika might have gone, Master. Pray, allow me to show you the way.
Busca Ulrika. Pero... por si acaso.
I'm only glad I don't have to lead the way for a change.
Uf, no me gusta como la voz de mi personaje en
This is equals. Nothing's free in this world.
Yo, ¿qué ha pasado con ¿Ya ha muerto Leara otra vez, Guillo?
Do stop by again.
Espérate, vamos a invocarlo otra vez, que ha muerto otra vez Leara en la madre que lo parió. Oh no, ¿dónde está Leara? ¿Por qué no puedo invocarla? Aquí.
I have a modest talent for spotting materials that can be used to enhance your equipment.
¿Y por qué no me
I can
salen?
even mark them on your...
¿Por qué no me salen? Ahora. Es que no estaba aquí Leara.
This rumor has been troubling me ever since I first caught wind of it. Apparently, there is an illness we pawns can catch beyond the rift that makes us a danger to ourselves and others. Symptoms include an unruly attitude and overconfidence. And in the end, we turn our backs on our master and our duty.
How terrible. We shall have to be alert for signs of the sickness among our number.
Esto no puedo ir ahora, por ejemplo, ahora porque vamos a ir a lo de esto. Derrumbar. Oh, ya ahora han
We've
quitado.
explored this place before, or hadn't you noticed?
How very curious. I wonder what other secrets this place holds.
Ahora han limpiado los escombros. La madre que lo parió, Guillo. Escarabajo dorado.
Over here, if you please.
No te vayas a meter donde...
At once, master.
¿Esto qué? Yo, pedazo ñordo de troll.
This is generally used as a material.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations.
Hobgoblin!
Fire won't do much good here. Best try a different.
Inglés hablándome el chat. Que pelea ahí abajo.
Come, let me grant you wings.
Well fought, Arisen.
On like that and we'll be done here soon enough.
That was certainly worthwhile.
Go boom, boom. Abajo, boom.
You are in need of healing. Allow me. Wait right there.
Tira para adelante, Leara. encontrar nuestra waifu. Escarbado dorado.
I'll go and open the chest.
Our traits mesh well together. Each of us is suited to a different task.
Capable comrades are a boon indeed.
I suppose 'tis so.
Uf, qué puto inglés no. Soy en mi personaje, Guillo. En la voz japonesa no era en Guillo.
It is a bit far. Perhaps we might employ the services of an ox cart.
No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early slippage gets the worm, as they say.
¿Qué pasa? Me cago en todo. ¡Pum!
I shan't allow any further harm to come to you.
Dale, ahora no te... ¿Dónde me está guiando, Leara? ¿Me está guiando
Would
hacia
you
dónde
mind
está?
coming over here?
Seems I've drawn the short straw. Of course, I wouldn't dream of complaining about it.
Yeah.
Am I expected to pick that up?
Uff. Sommion, te estás poniendo...
I must.
Sommion, tú no estás al reverde, ¿no?
I cannot fall into valor. Very well. I shall go on ahead.
Venga, guíame dónde está mi waifu. Ñe.
Here we go again.
If we must, let us finish this quickly.
Of course.
You're soaked. Do try not to catch cold.
My curative magics are at your disposal. Point right there.
Soy Scorpion con este personaje. ¡Get over here! Venga.
At once, master.
¿En este pueblecito? No.
I've just had a thought. Every master I've ever served has favored different tactics. One party I joined consisted only of ranged specialists.
Sure to keep that in mind. Can't feel the wind on your face. Jump up, and I'll send you flying.
And they're tired of this.
A different path would serve us better now. I'll lead the way. An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
One hopes these carts offer comfort commensurate to their cost.
Aunque me gusta un poco el tono snob que tiene en inglés. Me gusta.
Over here, if you please.
¿Dónde vamos?
It is rather high. It might be beyond our reach.
Bom. Cofre.
I've an inkling this place will yield a rarity or two.
Well, that's quite a discovery.
Oh,
The Arisen has been drenched. Whatever it is, I shall gladly learn. Stay with me, Wilton. Wait right there. Well done.
No mercy.
Vamos a ir al poblado que tenía que volver a visitar cuando lo de los Lizamín. A ver dónde me va a mandar ahora.
What's up there? I can't make much out from here, but I have a feeling 'twill be worth the climb.
Methinks I've a skill for just this occasion. Shall I assist?
Oh!
It's nigh unstoppable. We must do all we can to prevent it from losing its turn.
Then we best fell it quickly, or else wait till its fury subsides.
This should be abused.
Oh, Dios.
I'd not dare attempt such a feat alone. Together, I think we can manage it.
ver, a ver si lo subió a 19 ya.
Was a battle most fierce against a formidable foe.
Considering the might of our combined experience, what other outcome could there have been?
My curative magics are at your disposal. Wait a minute.
Follow me, if you would. Now seems a fine time to sort through your belongings, Master.
Let's see. What can we do without?
Uf, se está haciendo de noche.
I threw the short stick this time.
Hold still. We'll be over in a moment.
How many of their ilk must we defeat?
Pero si al final hemos vuelto... Ah, no, esto no es.
Would you mind coming over here?
Espérate, vamos. A ver cómo se ve el filete podrido.
A good meal makes one appreciate those it is shared with.
Methinks I have an idea of where Sir Ulrika might have gone, Master. Pray, allow me to show you the way.
The vanguard is yours. Lead on.
Pero si al final hemos ido al pueblo de ella, ¿no? ¿O no?
We have reached our destination.
Sir Arisen, thank heavens you've come. Saurians have claimed the village yet just when almost all of the villagers had arrived as well.
Oi!
What are you doing standing up?
Jonas! This is the good sir I spoke of.
Is that right? Then I expect you to aid us with this mess, stranger. You did it once afore, eh?
My apologies for the cheat, yet he speaks truly. Pray, calm the beasts as you did before.
More Saurians. Let us deliver them a swift end and ensure the village's safety.
We need not shrink from danger. We've the strength to prevail over anything.
I knew you'd prevail, Master.
Would seem I've some catching up to do.
That was certainly worthwhile.
The Saurians are no more. That's twice you've come to our... You're more than a friend to Har Village, Sir Arisen. Truly, we cannot...
Here he is! I found our troublemaker!
Jonas! What is the meaning of this?
This blasted beastren went and ventured into Stormwind Cave! How many times have we said none are to tread there? But he just had to poke. There can be no doubt. He's...
Forgive me. I never meant for any of this.
Trust a beastren to muck things up.
Yo, el...
Jonas! Surely there's no need...
You would say that. What seems to me, beastrens go causing problems. And we humans...
Jonas, please! You're being fair! I do apologize. It would seem things have turned... We mustn't let this sour your triumph. You came to our aid when we needed it most. And for that, I do hope you shall visit us again.
It was a rotten note to end things on. I do hope Sir Fioron will be alright.
Why does the old man venture out to sea day after day? What does he seek to prove?
Curious, isn't it?
Mayhap his maundering will make more sense to us in time.
You're wasting your time talking to me.
Let us be sure to use what we gather.
To think I would meet you here. Or were you searching? I cannot return to Mal. Not till my name is cleared. Not till this village also suffered the dragon's attack in the past. I intend to pray. Give my regards to everyone back. Slowly but surely, my name shan't be cleared till the dragon... I intend to stay in this village and investigate the dragon.
Sir Leonard will be very glad to know that Sir Ulrika is safe. We ought to bring him these tidings post-haste. I believe I can guide you to the person in question.
The vanguard is yours. Lead on.
Thank you, Sir Arisen. That's twice now you've aided us. We've a long road ahead, but fear not. Har Village shall be bustling again ere long. I do hope you'll stop by if ever you're passing through.
I'm not interested.
Hay mucho camino de vuelta para volver ahora.
Over here, if you please.
Uf, vamos a tener que pasar. Bueno, ya está todo. Bueno, no, hemos descansado. Uf.
Does this
Hold fast, Arisen. I will be with you in but a moment.
There's no need to go the long way round when a shorter route is readily available. Follow me, Master.
A ver, ¿qué tan corto es el camino?
Pray, follow me.
A tad too high, methinks. At last, a chance to make full use of my skills. If you'll allow it, Master. Shall I assist?
Oh, ahora no. No, ahora no quiero que me haga trampolín.
This place offers a view of the sea.
Ule.
Well, we shan't be diving in anytime soon.
Look there. I espy another statue.
Why don't we go take a look?
Pero si ya la he visitado. No tiene nada de estatua de los cojones.
Would you mind coming over here?
Uf, pagaría lo que sea por un DLC que te diera una piedra de teletransporte infinita, como en el Dark Arisen. Joder, el pueblito está lejos, ¿eh?
seems there are wolves on the prowl.
Creo que tenemos que volver. Dios, ni de coña, picha. Ah, no, oh no. Dios. Dios. Yo necesito a ver si encuentro un carro o algo para allá que me lleve. Ahora yo que he estado siempre yendo en carro. No me acordaba que esto.
Hang in there, Master. I'm coming to assist.
Y esto parece que necesitan ayuda con
Our
el
destination
hipogrifo.
is rather distant. Perhaps we ought to consider employing the services of an ox cart.
'Tis the Arisen's choice to make. Though I certainly wouldn't begrudge the chance to put my feet up.
We cannot break it from this side.
Perhaps.
I enjoy tackling fierce foes and prefer combat's thrills to...
Come to think of it, was there not another task we could see to somewhere nearby?
When the mind is split, the heart is free. So I learned. Jump up and I'll send you flying.
John.
Focus. A moment of indecision is so ideal.
Vámonos. Vámonos, que no sabía yo dónde me estaba metiendo yo en esto. Uf, que vamos a informar las mierdas.
I grow restless.
Ox carts, the monsters are apt to grow bold. This would be the height of madness to... Should you require a cart service?
Aye, got some coin to spend. Much appreciated. Aye, got some... Much appreciated. Gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master.
Good tidings. As for me, I made the most of my week-long sojourn. You see, I grew so fond of the destination my feet, and that's when I thought, mayhap you've grown just as fond of this dwelling.
Oof.
I can't just give it to you, mind. I've my well, friend. What say you?
Bah, te la voy a comprar.
Much obliged, friend. I hope you're... Suppose I'd best be off. I've my own home to get to.
Vaya, no necesito la marca, ya me sale. ¿Qué más tenía que hacer aquí yo? Tenía que entregar.
The letter has reached its recipient. Shall we inform Sir Donovan, Master? If you would be so kind as to follow me, I shall take you to the one you seek.
Ah, you've returned. How did you fare on the... Splendid! The cart reached its destination, safe and sound.
Ox guards seem a convenient choice for longer journeys. I see no harm in making use of them as needed, Master.
I suppose 'tis so.
Here we are.
Hail by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall tell of a serpent which powers most fell. Our hero ventured into a...
Will nothing exciting?
I keep my prices as...
Well met. You will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when treated to the foremost... hospitality in all Vernworth. Much obliged.
Oh, you there? Your presence is requested at the... Who's the one requesting? I didn't ask. It is none of my concern. The fellow said all...
Look, as long as you please. Have you business with the guild, sir? I should be glad to assist you.
Always a pleasure.
Greetings. You need only make a worthy offering in exchange. I have seen your path. Make you my gratitude. If the way forward is shrouded to you, I could. That's made my day.
Hablar con un muchacho al mediodía. Ese es el filipete. Ahora mismo es mañana, ¿no?
Gather round, gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. Should my story entertain you?
Fancy a look at my wares? Do come again.
Not buying? That's just as well. Better to be selective than wasteful.
Browsing was enough to scratch the itch, in my case.
You've been an immense...
Vamos a ir al pueblo de vuelta con el sistema este de... Joder, ¿dónde está lo de los bueyes? ¿Es aquí? Sí.
Ox carts make for relatively safer travel.
They can be most convenient, though they travel only during the day.
Gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller.
This really is fun.
And should my tale entertain you? Nay, even if it shouldn't.
If I were you, Master, I'd not leave this unread.
Shall we take a closer look?
In every age, when the Arisen pence, pawns are true, not to mention that 'tis clear their concept.
This ox cart. I'll need to see some coin before I let you on.
Vámonos, Melve.
Now this is a conundrum.
I'll not take that from you. Oi! Have a faith with yourselves!
Prepare yourself! over so soon? Why, we seem to have come through unstorians there.
I must stand firm. That went well.
I go.
Over here, if you please.
I'll not stand for this.
Chiu, me ha dejado a medio camino, loco.
Not what I expected.
I see our goal has changed. I would not presume to direct our course, but do let me know if you require a guide.
Perhaps the Arisen has recalled some more pressing business. Fret not.
It's been some time since we last saw the young man.
Apologies, but I can't off.
Ort felt him beat.
Pues nada, andando. No queda otra.
This ox cart's bound. I'll need to see some coin before I let you on.
I shan't let it come. The prison has been torched. Quick, douse the flames.
Que me mato yo solo.
Sir Leonard will be very glad to know that Sir Ulrika is safe. We ought to bring him these tidings post-haste. I believe I can guide you to the person in question.
The guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
Estoy muy matado.
Food is the fuel of any adventure.
Ah, mira, uff.
This ox cart's bound. I'll not take you anywhere till I've had my due.
Vámonos.
'tis a relief to hear that Ulrika is safe. Mayhap there is aught I could do for her. My humblest thanks. You've proven a friend to Melv and me as well. 'Tis Tis good to know that Ulrika is safe. I only wish I could do more. Still, mayhap I can find some way to aid her.
Tis good to be reunited.
¿Dónde estáis? ¿En serio? Va. Algo más que hacer aquí porque si no me voy a teletransportar a la capital. Bueno, a ver, espérate a ver si puedo.
Here already. Travelling by ox cart was a welcome change.
Mayhap we can employ a cart for our next journey.
I'm not taking any passengers, just...
Bah.
We've made it then. What's our first order of business, Arisen?
Primero vamos a buscar a Chevalin, a ver si lo encontramos. Y mientras lo esperamos, vigilamos al Mr.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, now, listen close, and your focus. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Yes?
This really is fun, Oxfordshire.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, and your focus applied to this tale of a giant who touches the
Say, have you been to Harp? Well, if you do visit, you might want to give the old man who lives there. I hear he sets out to sea on his boat, day after day, only to be returned to shore by the brine again and again. As if that wasn't queer enough, he's apt to talk your ear off about some world he believes.
Ooh.
I cannot fathom his obsession. I suppose...
Oh.
Well met, sir. Fancy a gander?
Gather round, treat...
I'd heard tell of a beggar doing well for himself, so I came out here to learn his way. So where's he get his coin then? Makes a man wonder.
¿Cómo puedo ver? ¿Cómo puedo ver si es mediodía, si es de noche?
Gather round, gather round.
I don't tell. So where's he get his coin then?
They say the sovereign was bathed in the dragon's fell flame. Such as his countenance was, and yet he draws breath. Watch, I do hope his majesty shall recover soon.
Míralo, aquí está.
We meet again. Truth be told, would you care to stay and talk a moment? I'm glad. Sit down. I'm rather fond of this place. I ne'er imagined a city could be like this. So full. And how could I have? In all my life, I've hardly left the palace. Oft did I long for a taste of normal life. My mother has always procured the things I covet for me, so to pick out an item and a... Which reminds me, I fear I cannot repay the full sum all at once. Pray, take this for now. You'll have... My apologies, friend, but I'd best be going. I mustn't let Mother... Thank you for indulging me. I do hope we'll see...
Cabrón.
We might scratch another task off our list while we're here, if we are so inclined.
We shall have to decide which is the most pressing. We cannot do everything at once. Ah, now here's a surprise.
At least all our efforts weren't for naught.
Interesting. I shall have to inform my own master of this.
Voy a devolveros y volveros a invocar por si acaso.
Were you not listening? The tavern, now you know you can leave me in.
You can count on me to fly to your aid in your... Tis a pity we must part after...
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by your side. At least I go, knowing I fought to the best of...
¿Eres nuevo el juego? Será así, soy nuevo en el juego, ¿no? Sí, soy nuevo. Pero bueno, ya he jugado al 1.
Hail, Arisen. 'Tis an unexpected reunion.
¿Dónde está Leara?
Tis an honor to see you again, Arisen. I'm well glad to be traveling by your side again.
Se ha ido. Sigue ahí. Estoy vigilando a este.
And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, and your focus apply. to this tale of a giant who touches the sky. Our hero, oft forgotten by history in spite of his worth, awoke one fell morning to rumbling earth.
I'm glad of any business in these.
Good day, sir.
Wish I could go on an adventure.
Understood. I shall proceed ahead.
Tenerlo de cerca.
My head hurts just thinking about it. I don't know what to do. My head hurts just thinking about it.
I suppose that's enough for one day.
Arms, arms for the poor. Pray grant those less fortunate some salvation.
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it.
¿Dónde va tú?
Every minute of this existence.
I don't feel safe here.
What am I supposed to do?
Finish it tomorrow.
This place offers a view of the sea.
I wonder what lies at its bottom.
Rejoice, my darling, for your Albert is returned.
Welcome home, dear.
I spend my days spinning yarns, only to come home to a wife for whose radiance I have no words. If there is a more fortunate fool in...
Oh, you both.
It is not worth writing home about.
Whatever it is, I'll have to.
What would you of me?
Living's hard.
Might not seem like.
Is it true you're the Arisen? Only, I seem to recall someone else boasting of being the Arisen. Owen, just be sure you play your part well, whatever the truth. A fellow Drake or two, and I reckon you'll earn the people's favour.
You fond of those eyes?
What might you need?
I am honored to be called to your side, Arisen.
Says my stories have dark parts, this place.
Good day, sir.
Entonces tengo que esperar a que termine.
Well met. This here, I assume you'll be starting off with a mug of the good stuff. Keep those orders coming. This fearsome world of ours, not half bad.
As I recall, the location of another of our tasks is not far from here.
Interested in my wares?
Listen up, you lot. Albert! Aye, the ale's on me tonight, so... What would you of me? Oh, oi there, the ale floats, so ne'er mind your coin purse. Drink your fill, my friend. What would you of me?
¿Tengo que esperar que se vaya o algo o qué?
I'm always willing to lend a help. Oh, well, I'm always willing to lend.
Very well. I shall return.
Can't wrap my head around this. My work's near done.
Arms for the poor. Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I trouble you for alms for the poor? Many thanks. May
Nuestra novia del 1 que se volvía monja de esta en el 1.
I know so little of this world.
Esto... ahí tienen a zombie. Vamos.
I'll gather this. It might be of use.
Not my kind of place, this. Barely drag my arse out of my bed.
¿Qué va a hacer?
Oi there, the ale floats, so ne'er mind your coin purse. Drink your fill.
Just be sure you mind your mouth.
shall remain by your side.
Stock up on the basics. Flour, salt,
La dudo que voy a ir a entregar ya las misiones de este.
someone to talk to. Must have taken a wrong turn.
Why's my luck so? No wrong.
A reward for our efforts. I expect Captain Brant will know how to put what we've gleaned to good use. Now to report to Captain Brant. If you would be so kind as to follow me, I shall take you to the one you seek.
The vanguard is yours. Lead on.
We have arrived.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Vamos a entregar las dos misiones.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen Your Majesty's claim as a true arisen. Have you divined aught of the false sovereign, Your Majesty? This appears to be a bill calling for the... But hold a moment. Does this man... I see. If Your Majesty is certain that the two are one... Ah, but of course. I surmise Your Majesty a clever plan. The Queen Regent will be forced to deny any connection to our new sovereign, yet will furthermore, 'twill serve as an attestation to Dara's existence, which shall remain an undeniable, and all the while, the doubts lurking in the hearts of the city. A clever ploy indeed. I've no doubt that this bill will prove its worth in due course. You have my gratitude, Your Majesty.
So, the false sovereign operates at...
¿Qué me ha dado? Atisbo de dragón.
the behest of Queen Regent Disa. This spider has woven her web rather carefully.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen Your Majesty's claim as a true arisen. Ah, yes. Regarding your pursuer from some days past, as we suspect, when he learnt of Your Majesty's escape, he began inquiring after your movements. As to how he learned Your Majesty's location with such ease, I intend to extract the... I shall be sure to inform you when I do. Pray.
So the agent was of Batal after all. 'Tis rather eerie that some...
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen Your Majesty's claim. I bear word from Regent Ken Sven, Your Majesty. He espied the delivery of a suspicious package to a man named Allard. A minister who happens to be one of the Queen Regent's staunchest and most powerful, from the pains he took to remain on scene. 'Tis plain that Allard wished this delivery kept away from Pride. That alone is reason to suspect a connection to Disa's schemes. The Regent Kin intends to call Allard to his chambers come nightfall. He bids you to use this opportunity to search the minister's chambers and see if there's aught to be learned. What say you? I shall ensure that the door to the minister's chambers is open between midnight and dawn. Pray, use that time to infiltrate.
I am confident we shall see this matter to a successful conclusion.
Uf, voy a picar algo de desayunar. Por cierto, ¿sigo grabando? Me refiero, ¿sigo decir que la cámara funcionando? Sí. Voy a merendar un momentito, pero vuelvo.
'Twould seem we've a need to visit the palace. Let us make for the palace, that she might investigate Minister Allard's chambers. Pawns aren't permitted entry to the palace, but I would see you to the end. If I may.
Well, if you insist. I'm only glad I don't have to lead the way for a change. Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
No harm in picking a few.
We have reached our destination. If that is your destination, You are the Arisen. Follow me.
Me voy a tener que quedar con tu nombre.
Follow me.
Sonia, a ti te voy a dar yo unos cuantos de estos de amistad. Yo mira, he tenido que colar algo. No, muy chiquitina, Sonia.
Tis best you move along. Should one of the other guards spy you, pray be cautious.
The news. The new recruits have been sent out to Mel. Mel, I say. I'm not sure who gave the orders, but...
As it should be. There's no concern of ours. I wish the minister would be more careful. He takes the sentinel posted outside his chambers.
Could be so pressing that I must...
I would not presume to know, my lord. However, it must be a highly sensitive matter for...
Oh, perhaps the boy has finally grown wise to the benefits my favor can bring.
My lord...
Oh, unring... As if anyone in this palace would dare say a word now. If Wilhelmina calls, tell her to await me in my chambers. I will return.
¿Qué coño? Pero si aquí no hay nada. Oh. Oh.
Surely none more important than this. I speak of the ascension of the sovereign.
Indeed. But that, Your Grace, would be better discussed in the presence of your...
Well, well. Yours isn't a face I'm accustomed to seeing around the palace.
Hostia. Bueno, al menos en escena de película no.
Who goes there?
Me va un morreo.
Tut, tut. Now, this just won't do. How's a lady supposed to work with all these interruptions?
Oh, it is you, Lady Wilhelmina.
Mm-hmm. Do excuse us. We thought to enjoy a little fresh air. Though we had hoped for slightly more privacy, if you catch my meaning.
Sí, pero quiero follar tranquilo,
the name
debe
of
ser que
your
me dé.
companion?
Are you sure it would be wise? Such knowledge has been known to cost a man his head.
Understood, lady. If anyone asks, I shall say I saw naught.
Cola de gusano.
A narrow escape. You should count yourself lucky that he was so easily flustered. I don't appreciate having my motives questioned. I did as I... Still, you are welcome to come calling, should the fancy take you, and should you have the... Off you go now. If you wish to speak further...
Que me ha dado una carta al burdel o algo. Al burdel. Oh,
My patience wears thin.
It seems you've made a discovery regarding the false sovereign.
que es lo que he conseguido, ¿verdad?
Anything's better than this.
A treasure chest. Shall we see if we can't make our way over to it?
No, mira, ahí está el burde. Ahora voy a visitarlo. Ahora cuando entregue la carta y... Yo creo que voy a probar ya... Vamos a probar ya el este, ¿no? Bueno, espera. No sé si ha sido bueno o no que me haya encontrado eso, porque ha sido en plan... Ha tenido que salvarme, o sea, que me han descubierto. Bueno, la verdad es que me han descubierto porque me ha perseguido un tío... Pero claro, no sé yo si la primera noche también me había...
There's much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true arisen. I know this sigil well. 'Tis the crest of the neighboring country of Batar. A land, let me see. It reads, true to our word, we offer you the power of the Godsway.
Oh, eso es... Eso tiene que ser los cristales de controlar los peones.
Pray make haste in securing Melv, that all might be made ready ere our plans are set in. A meager clue, to be certain. Though, 'tis clear that the Queen Regent conspires with Batar. Though the political situation is stable at present, much blood has been spilled between Vermund. I fear such a partnership would only put, at any rate, to seem our search has led us to only more questions. Chief among them, what is meant by securing Melv And this, I will investigate these matters as best I can. In the interim, Your Majesty, should you have time to only once we have gleaned a fragment of the Queen Regent's plot, and ere it slips my mind, pray, take this. Perchance...
Queen Regent Disa appears to be working in concert with this phaser's fellow.
¿El anillo es lo que me va a ayudar? Oh.
But what precisely is their aim?
As a reward for Your Majesty's efforts, you have been invited to attend the... You will, of course, require raiment befitting of the occasion. I would ask that Your Majesty return.
Pero antes voy a ir a... Vamos a ver qué es lo que pasa con... Ahí a Merve tú.
I'm not taking any passengers, just...
Espera. Vamos allá, Merve.
An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
They can be most convenient, though they travel only during the day.
This ox cart, I'll not take you anywhere till I've had my due.
This will not go unpunished.
Mierda.
Fire won't do much good here. Best try a different.
Tío, al carajo, es que... Se ha cargado todo el carro tú sola. Tío, ya ha sido cerca. Yo sí casi no he avanzado un carajo. Y no he avanzado un carajo y me ha destrozado el carro ya. Ahora que estoy aquí. Es que no he avanzado nada. Es que no he avanzado nada y me queda todavía... Blanc. Es que no he avanzado nada. Aquí yo tenía que haber una manera de teletransporte o algo a esto. Hostia, que... Hostia, hostia. Tío, de vuelta al pueblo que paso de darme la caminata. Va a ser más fácil que vuelva al pueblo y que coja otro carro porque es que... Uf. Sí, de vuelvo.
This ox cart, I'll not take you anywhere till I've had my due.
Sí. La madre que lo parió, tío. Hostia, ¿verdad?
Getting proper rest is an important duty. Our adventure continues.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Feeling rested, I trust?
Que voy a guardar otra vez la partida.
In every age, when the arisen hence, pawns are treated with, not to mention, they are tis clear that
I fear I've not.
This ox cart's bound. I'll need to see some coin before I let you on.
Picha. ¿Te puedo pagar 1000 para que sea más viajes, más seguro el viaje? Oh, ven, esta vez hemos llegado bien.
Are we leaving already? Bother. I was just getting warmed up.
A ver, hay algo... ¿Por qué están estos aquí? Porque hay un guardia aquí.
Halt! This village is under the direct authority of Her Grace the Queen Regent. We are to grant no one... Lad, we understand each other.
Do you know how long you'll be? I only ask so that I might adopt the most effective stance to recuperate my strength.
I beg of you. That's enough.
That's it! Well met. Glad to see you in good health. The tyranny of the Queen Regent's faction knows no bounds. Passage into and out of the village, I had intended to endure it till Ulrika returned to us. But I fear that I'll be honest with you, as you've earned my trust. We've a mind to leave this village. The dragon's flame has devastated the land here. Many of the villagers question whether it is worth attempting to risk. When I mentioned as much in a letter I had smuggled to Ulrika, she told me that the village she's staying in would be glad to take us in. Only problem is how we're going to get past the soldiers. They've confiscated. Perhaps if we could reclaim the stolen weapons or find a means of procuring some anew, we could force our way. Alas, we villagers are kept under constant watch. It would be unwise for us to attempt aught on our own. How are you faring? Have you been able to procure any weapons for us? Your choice to make.
No sabía que me iba en contra esto. O pillar 4 espaditas normales y las 2 ahora. Antes de tirar para allá.
These writings could be of import.
Shall we take a closer look?
Hi. Faring well, Would you care to join me? I'd not say no to it, but I was hoping you'd say that. Do you know, I had a feeling we'd meet here today. Say, you're not from round here, are you? Are you a traveller? How I envy you. I long to learn more of... She's always telling me how dangerous it is beyond the palace wall. After all, if the world truly is so perilous, what of the lives of... It seems unfair that I alone should be... But listen to me waffling on. My apologies, friend. But I'd best be going. Thank you for indulging me. I do...
Come take a look. You'll be...
No comprar 4 de estas mismo.
Glad you did. Do come again.
Our packs are heavier and our purses far lighter.
These were necessary expenses, mine. No use clinging to every last coin.
This ox cart, I'll not take you anywhere till I've had my due.
Okay, porque no haya ningún problema esta vez. Y ahora voy a tratar de evitar y vamos a ir por la parte trasera del pueblo.
An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
One hopes these carts offer comfort commensurate to their cost.
Ah, mierda, no puedo.
Have no fear, master. I'll fare all right without you for a little while.
'Tis not our place to hurry the arisen.
Y he evitado...
Well met. Glad the tyranny of the Queen Regent's faction knows no bounds. I had intended to... I'll be honest with you. The dragon's flesh... When I mentioned as... Only problem is, perhaps, if... Alas, we've been... How are you faring? Have you been able to procure any weapons for us? You've reclaimed our weapons. Well done, sir. My thanks. I'd wager we stand a fighting chance now.
I've got you cornered, rat.
Don't fret, I've got you. With me!
¡A liarla! Coño. Coño, ¿dónde están mis peones?
Do not let our foe approach. Have courage!
No me voy a dejar matar porque es que no... Voy a tener que esperar a que vengan aquí los cabrones. ¿Qué coño lo de abajo? ¿Qué es coño? ¿Un espantapájaro? O sea...
Hold your ground. Do not let our foe approach.
Pero esto es que pasa que no vienen a ayudarme.
Hold your ground. Do not let our foe approach. Have courage! This cannot be.
Retreat! We must withdraw and regroup.
You have my gratitude for aught you've done on our behalf. If I were you, I'd leave this place. At any rate, this is where we part ways. But if you're of a mind to visit...
No ha muerto nadie, ¿no? ¿Dónde estaban ustedes todos y yo? Ahora parece que cabrones soy, Guillo.
Is this a challenge arisen to see who can keep pace?
Sí.
Let us endeavor to keep up, though we are less fleet of foot.
¿Se ha ido todo el pueblo ya o...? Sí, está yendo todo el pueblo, ¿no?
I know precisely when a curative is needed, Master. You'll never fall.
What brings you here?
Pues nada.
Thank you.
Pasado unos días, dicho.
Where are you going?
If I were you, I'd leave. At any rate, this is where we part.
Apologies, but I... This ox cart... I'll need to see some coin before I let you...
Suppose I'm tired.
Bleeding amateurs. No respect for this.
What to make of this? I overheard some of the soldiers standing guard outside the palace discussing a curious rumor.
Oh, did it pertain to the Queen Regent and an important personage, perchance?
Indeed. Some suppose there is more to her relationship with this Batali dignitary than is publicly known.
Hoy, friend! There's something I've come to understand during my stolen hours. Every last resident in this city is wholeheartedly devoted to living out their lives. It seems, for it made me painfully aware of my own position. Can this existence of mine even be called living? I want to live a life I can proudly call my own. I tire of enduring my mother's looking at this box. 'Tis proof that I am not my mother's servant. To be willed 'tis something. Here is the last of the gold I owe you. Pray for now. I'd best be off. I may not be able to wander the city again for some time. Thus I cannot say when next we'll see each other, though I feel sure we shall. Until then, take care.
That was quite a gift. I hope that procuring it was not a burden upon the lad.
I suppose 'tis so.
Lo tenemos. Tenemos ropita para ir. Tu fuerte de ropa de. Listo. Pero antes vamos a ir. Voy a ponerme. Me voy a hacer
Any business with the
viper.
guild, sir? I should be...
Destinos duales. pero no tengo... No.
Glad to assist you.
Always a pleasure.
You cut a resplendent figure as a mystic spear hand, Master.
We must strive to be worthy of our place beside such glory.
Well met, you will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when treated to the... foremost hospitality in all Vernworth. Much obliged.
Then I shall remain by your side.
Mira, vamos a aprender, aunque no sé yo si comparte esto.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true arisen. Of all those who serve the Queen Regent, there is but one who I have known. I refer to Waldar, a magistrate. Many a time as Deezer demanded Waldar amend the code of, and many a time as the magistrate refused her. For he is loyal to none but the spirit. Our laws dictate that your Majesty, thus, as the staunchest supporter of the law known to the palace, what say you? Might you be willing to... I prepared a means for you to enter the palace dungeons. This mission demands the utmost secrecy. Prithee, should you be discovered, I will be unable...
Esto otra vez.
Have you business with the guild, sir? I should be glad to assist you.
Always a pleasure.
Have you business with the guild, sir? I should be glad to assist. Do come again. Have you business with the guild, sir? I should be Glad to assist you.
Always a pleasure.
Welcome.
I have no issue falling at...
It appears night has fallen while we slept.
Step lively. Journey by starlight shall make for a nice change of pace.
Ready to forge on? Pawns aren't permitted entry to the palace, but I would see you to the entrance if I may.
Otra vez va a estar Sonia ahí ayudando. A Sonia le voy a dar otro regalito cuando la vea ahora.
Have no fear, Master. I'll fare all right without you for a little while.
'Tis not our place to hurry the Arisen.
Yo doy por sentado que por aquí.
So, you've come.
Eso yo creo que me he librado por el ser invisible, Guillo. Ya la he cagado.
This is quite a quandary.
Claro, se va saliendo porque vamos, tengo que ir al piso de abajo, que hay un piso más. El piso más abajo, ¿no?
You're bloody terrified, beyond me.
I'm not trained for this.
I have been waiting for you, Arisen.
Come to think of it, was there not another task we were to see to somewhere nearby?
When the mind is split, the heart's alive.
Carajo, ¿cuál era?
Come to think of it, was there not another task we were to see to somewhere nearby?
We'll make our way there in time. As to whether it will be sooner or later, that is for the Arisen to decide.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
I'd say we collect as much as we can carry. Do you know how long you'll be? I only ask so that I might adopt the most effective stance to recuperate my strength.
'Tis not our place to hurry the Arisen.
So, you've come.
have you come to release me from this jail? Who are you? Oh, the ruler, you say. I must applaud the audacity, though the possibility certainly stands of the man currently residing in the palace. Ah, they say the Arisen's breast by that mark. This reminds me of a happening 148 years ago. During the reign of Regent Alphonse, a man named Crusoe appeared. He went before the people, insisting that he, and not Regent Alphonse, was the true Arisen. And what befell him? Ha! Crusoe was discovered to be a liar. I dare say your arrival portends another beheading, but whose will it be? Escape? Here, I spend my days perusing the code and deciphering old text, and I need not turn my ear to Deesa's. That said, if you know of a place with a mountain of tomes, I could tell me. I suspected as much. Then we are done.
Yo tengo que encontrar un sitio.
So this is where you were, Master. I searched high and low for you.
Our party is reunited. Surely we can ask for no more than that.
If our prayers are not heeded, what? Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I trouble you for alms for the poor? Many thanks. Hold on a moment, sir. You see, one of the children we care for here at the... Malcolm, his name is. He's a steady... This building's very old. Might I impose on you?
Let us begin by gathering information.
'Tis as you say.
We were supposed to go exploring together. Wish he'd woken me up. I was really looking forward.
Would you mind coming over here?
Seems there's no room for argument here. I shall obey, but I won't pretend I'm happy about it.
Malcolm's been really into it. Just the other day, he was going around telling anyone who'd listened.
This is generally used as a material.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations.
Malcolm? All he's doing of late. Don't know why he bothered.
We'd best report back. Vaults, eh? Let us inform Sir Kendrick of what we've learned. I believe I can guide you to the person in question.
The vanguard is yours. Lead on.
We're here, Master.
Vaults, you say? By my... but you mention rubble, aye? And perhaps the lad from... Come! I fear there's not a moment. Pray, follow me, and quickly. I believe this is the place to look. There, a hole. Could he have... There is naught to be done but have a look for ourselves. Let us make haste.
We have yet to explore all the corners of this place. 'Twould be a shame if aught were overlooked.
Right.
How are we to get through this door? At once, Master.
You have no need of my assistance at present, but I shall be ready to render aid at a moment's notice.
We are under attack!
Puede haber venido con el Viper ya aquí.
I overheard some of the soldiers standing guard outside the palace discussing a curious rumor.
Oh, did it pertain to the Queen Regent and an important personage, perchance?
Indeed. Some suppose there is more to her relationship with this Batali dignitary than is publicly known.
Malcolm, thank goodness you have my eternal gratitude, sir.
Sir Kendrick, you'll never believe what I've found. Books, sir. Books, books, and more.
Truly, perhaps we ought to take a look.
We ought not lose sight of our guide.
It is no great shock to me.
Ah, mira, pues ya vamos a encontrar dónde están los libros de este hombre. Ahora... The Eye of the Spider.
Over here.
Heavens above!
Isn't it amazing?
'Tis quite a find indeed. Is why I've ne'er seen so many books. Might I ask that you not share the existence? We cannot allow the knowledge accumulate. We ought to entrust its care to someone worthy. As for you, Malcolm, I forbid you from telling.
Oh, but...
However, in exchange for your... Let's investigate this place's secret.
It near boggles the mind that so impressive an archive slumbered here. 'Tis surely any scholar's dream.
'Tis as you say. really are hidden in the most unlikely places, aren't they?
A splendid discovery. Interesting. I shall have to inform my own master of this.
Water is nigh invisible in this gloom. No few times has an overconfident step soaked my boots.
I dare say that's part and parcel of the adventurer's trade.
Must be vigilant. The townspeople depend on me.
Ya. A ver dónde estaba.
Pray, allow me to open yon chest.
Quite the predicament.
Shall we gather some materials while we're here?
Hostia. ¿Dónde estaba la torre que he entrado yo antes? Vamos a verlo por aquí, ¿no?
Quite the predicament.
Me parece que otro no había entrado.
We might scratch another task off our list while we're here, if we are so inclined.
We shall have to decide which is the most pressing. We cannot do everything at once.
Have you found some place oh, to guide me outside, then? If you can deliver me from... This should be far enough. If you truly are arisen, words may be wind, but there's naught else I can offer you at present. Pray visit me, mayhap the knowledge I've gained reading tomes of eld.
Very well. I shall go on ahead. Might we not complete our delivery while we're here?
We need only pass our burden into the hands that await it.
I suppose 'tis so.
I don't know what to do.
Follow me, if you would.
Pero me quedo sin aceite. No, de nuevo.
It would seem we've all we need to hand. We have arrived.
There is much we ought to tend to. If we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim, it seems Magistrate Wardor has been safely delivered from his cell. The man's dead. Mayhap it would be prudent to visit the man on occasion and avail yourself of his vast stores of wisdom. Now, would you be so kind as to return the key I lent you? I thank you. Pray, take this.
That was certainly worthwhile.
That was hardly a challenge for adventurers of our caliber.
Our efforts have been rewarded.
Here we are.
There is much we ought to tend to. If we are to strengthen for some time now, 'twas said that the false sovereign was recovering from his battle wounds. But as I hear it, he is now well enough to walk unaided, and so, in honor of his supposed valor, the false sovereign's identity is still beyond our ken. Even the matter of but mayhap approaching the false sovereign at one of these gatherings could afford you a glimpse into the man behind the mask. What say you, your majesty? Might I ask this time? My thanks. Some of the sentries posted at the masquerades are under my command. I shall have them ease security. So pray, slip into the venue through whatever once your infiltration is successful, you will need only don a mask and act the part of an invitee. Here, this should suffice to help you. Take care. There is one. Masquerades being as they are, you will require suitable Much is made of appearances at such gatherings, and 'twould be wisest to dress. There is much we ought to tend to. If we are masquerades being as they are, Much is made of it. Is there aught else you would speak of, Your Majesty? Do not forget that we worked...
It seems you must attend a palace masquerade if you were to meet the one who would falsely claim the title. Would seem we even need to visit the palace. Pawns are forbidden from entering the castle grounds, but we may accompany you to the entrance.
Have you business with the guild, sir? I should be glad to assist.
Coño.
Have you found any of the items we discussed perchance?
Oh.
Do come again.
No, primero ahora voy a...
Over here, if you please.
Vamos a descansar.
How...
Open your eyes, everyone. 'Tis dark out, but our day begins.
Step lively. Journey by starlight shall make for a nice change of pace.
Feeling rested, I trust?
You air try cooking? Harder than it looks.
Have no fear, Master. I'll fare all right without you for a little while.
I regret to inform you that there is no masquerade.
You seem to be rather friendly with Captain Brant, sir. It is lamentable that the captain of the late Consul's Guard should have... But there are whispers that he was given this station in reprisal. Ever since Thesa's faction seized power within Voyu, I'd take care not to be seen currying favor with the good captain. Thesa has eyes everywhere.
Parece que, oh, mira, parece que las máscaras tan solo son de día.
A new performance requires new raiment.
I've got to focus. Shift a little. I have been waiting for you, Arisen.
Greetings. You need only make a worthy I have seen your path. You've my gratitude. 'Tis lovely to see you.
I don't know what to do. What to do? I've no mother or father to speak of, you see. I wanted to get them a present to say thank you. The problem is, do you think you could help me? All I need is a bunch of... For true. I'm sure you'll find the prettiest flower... Did you want something?
Oh, it's not right. It doesn't make any... The doctor examined him afore and said he'd be better with a bit of... Yet e'er since he came here, he's only got...
I understand how you must feel. But there is no medicine that can heal him outright. I am caring for him as best I... However, if you truly cannot entrust him to me, mayhap convalescing in a place familiar to him would aid his recovery.
Oh!
Dear, we are pressed enough as to...
All right, he stays. But pray, bring my son...
I will look after him.
Ne'er in my wildest dreams could I have imagined...
I know. It's a secret, right?
Sir, ought you not be in... 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Eleanor. I regret that I cannot offer you a cup, not to mention I have to find the means. Oh. You wouldn't happen to know someone willing to brave the roads, would you? I know 'tis perilous. You would procure it yourself. In that case, might I try? The slums are a bane to the body's humours, and its residents are off. We do what we can with what little we... Your aid is most appreciated, sir.
Teles?
Yes, sir.
Tengo dos nada más.
Ah, give me. If that's not the case, you will have to excuse me. There's my...
Lo que dije yo cuando me han caído mis amitas, que son materiales raros y me toca que algo me lo pide.
To charge ahead may be to rush headlong into danger. Let us take care to move as one.
Pray, speak up should you notice aught amiss.
With the aid of Sir Kendrick and his helper in locating certain documents, 'twas a royal library that was sealed off by us in a bid to pass the throne on to his own descendants. This sovereign attempted to consign our kingdom. Alas, 'twould seem that, no matter the age, the avarice, yet 'tis clear it serves them not. Almost laughably so. The sovereign's line of what can we learn from this? Those who make light of his...
If I were you, Master, I'd not leave this unread.
Shall we take a closer look?
Fine timing, sir. Fine timing indeed. My time in that tenebrous jail has only hastened the I stare at the page, but the letters stubbornly refuse to take shape. Alas, they were, as I recall, prisoners' possessions are held within the palace storeroom. 'Tis a place, though, as I hear it, masquerades are being held of late. Should you happen to enter the venue, mayhap you would find an opportunity. What say you? I am in your debt with those Pray, infiltrate the venue and find the storeroom. You are my own...
Menos mal que he venido aquí antes.
What am I supposed to do?
Can't wait for the new equipment.
Getting proper rest is an important duty in its own right.
Now we've the vim to tackle the day ahead.
Off we go then.
Feeling rested, I trust? I see our goal has changed. I would not presume to direct our course, but do let me know if you require a guide. It seems you must attend a palace masquerade if you were to meet the one who would falsely claim the title. It would seem we even need to visit the palace. Pawns are forbidden from entering the castle grounds, but we may accompany you to the entrance.
Well, if you insist. I'm only glad I don't have to lead the...
We're here, Master.
I've no time to entertain the likes of you. I've no time to entertain...
will not want to miss this next bit.
Whatever could you want from...
Crowns and politics are no concern of mine. My talents are not to be said.
Cuando hace lo de esto.
The latest tidings from Melv came as quite a shock. It's been decades since the dragon was a tragedy to those who suffered the beast's attack. I thought to myself, with the dragons coming, the Arisen shan't be... And indeed, we have our sovereign, though he is yet a bit still, that I would see this kingdom...
I do not believe we are a queen.
I dare say you don't. If you've naught to say, I'd bet.
What brings you here?
Vamos a ir a visitar a la Marvel Rosa esta. Mientras tanto.
Do you know how... How long you'll be? I only asked so that I might adopt the most effective start.
Welcome, sir. As ever, we are delighted.
Aren't you sweet? I'd be glad to have you.
Joder. Saca manteca.
Could use a bit of excitement in my life.
Ought to set my nose to the ground.
Quiet as a milk.
Where to now?
Oh, well met, sir.
¿Dónde está? ¿Puedo pedirle a este que me ayude a encontrar dónde está la Winifred esa?
I cannot condone this.
Mira, conectado con el burde el sitio este. Puedo pedirle ayuda a la Winifred esa, como se llame, si la encuentro.
place to soothe the spirit.
Ahí hay algo.
Think again.
Yeah.
I shan't brook any boorish inquiries about my other patron. I'm afraid I'm... What is the... I shan't brook any...
Ya, la cago.
Off to market I go.
Greetings, Master. Is this where you've been all this while?
Do take care not to stray so far next time.
Would you mind coming over here? Here we are.
Tis good to be reunited.
I hear the coronation is to be had. Of course, the matter of attendance is always a contention. You see, common, it beggars, for instance, if you...
Is there near a chance to make a fresh acquaintance?
Methinks I'll have a rest.
Surely these extract...
Is there nary a chance to make a fresh acquaintance?
Breadth of knowledge is no less important.
I warn you, I'm not easy.
Everyone who dances with me complains.
Everyone who dances with me.
All this revelry in war.
Surely these extract...
Is there aught you require?
How to proceed?
I've a pressing duty.
Perhaps you would
Uf, calor. Yo sí que hace fresco hoy. Voy a abrir la puerta para que me haga fresco esto. Uf. Voy a quedarme aquí esperando a ver. Espérate, ¿qué te está cargando?
Such cheap drink. It is not at all to my taste.
Not sure what to do about that. I must try. I'm just grateful I get to leave. What's going on? How might I better you for this in my life?
My sword, I could use some work.
In it now.
Surely someone will ask me to dance along.
Have you heard? There's to be more restrictions on goods traded with Batar. Apparently, even privately owned items will be curtailed soon.
Our
How
first
dreadful.
sovereign in
I have some
debt.
servants ferrying things over from...
These festivities are part and...
¿Dónde ha ido que yo lo he perdido de vista?
So tell me more of this.
Another fancy party hosted by the Arisen.
As I hear
Think he's feeling
it
plenty
turned from the
merry by
highway
now.
only to vanish. Was
I've seen my fair share.
They're the same tight places in the
How
same
far from your
place.
station are you not?
I was bored out my skull guarding the palace. At least here I can listen to some courtly music.
find dressing for these occasions awfully tedious.
My list of duties grows e'er longer.
My sword arm, you Dandole. I'd soon stay out of battle, were it possible.
Now, pay me no. We who are gathered here are naught but nameless nobles. Now, we who are gathered here are naught.
It would seem our sovereign has recovered enough.
All this merrymaking.
Such quietude is a blessing. Dull days for us are a sign that all is
Now, we who are gathered here.
I find it I shan't let anything spoil my evening.
Can't say I have any tidings to share.
such quietude is a blessing.
'Twouldn't do to
All this merrymaking is a joy to behold.
¿Qué tenía que hacer? ¿Hablar con él o tengo que descubrir algo?
Surely these festivities.
Best to remain sober.
I find it liberating.
Dull days for us are a sign that all
Now, pay me no mind. We who are gathered here are naught.
I find dressing for these occasions
Tengo que esperar algo que decía esa. Con el paciencia no es descubrir lo que quiera.
I would fain aid you if you are in need.
I will see to it that the...
Naught but dreary.
I shan't let.
Methinks I'll have a rest. My feet.
Got any tales to liven up my day?
I find dressing for these occasions awfully tedious.
I'd sooner stay out of battle, were it possible.
You were posted in front of the passage yesterday, aye? Next time, don't leave aught in front of the door. I had a hell of a time wrenching the damn thing open.
Beg your pardon. I'll be mindful of that from now on. Still, no doubt there are others who've no idea that's even a door. Mayhaps someone should put up a sign, eh?
Eso tendría que estar pendiente de eso.
Now, we who are gathered here are...
Debería quitarme la máscara y hablar con él sin la máscara.
Is there nary a chance to make a fresh acquaintance?
Just about any place. Such quietude is a blessing.
Now, we who are gathered here...
Voy a poner esto a recargar mientras.
Such cheap drink. It is not at all to my taste.
I'm surrounded by winches on all sides.
There's comfort in being
I never should have taken this shift.
Oh, Dios.
Now, we who are gathered here...
No sé si es que tengo que esperar a que termine la fiesta y seguirlo cuando termine la fiesta o... ¿El tiempo pasa mientras estoy aquí o...?
Perhaps a breath of fresh air. I am all of a desert.
Just about anywhere.
Beauty fails now. All this patrolling does a number on my shoulders.
Suppose I ought to earn my pay.
De noche ya y sigue la fiesta.
I must ask you to...
Ya, pero si eso ya lo había hecho.
Captain will have my head if I see another patrol.
Now, we who are gathered here are not...
What must needs be done? All this merrymaking is...
This is quite a quandary. If you've naught to say, I...
Have you? Don't go thinking you can slip through the border checkpoint without one. Too many scoundrels. Trade twixt our nations may be on the upswing, but passage of regs so. Should you seek entry in future,
All I can do for you.
Just between my task is to seek out tis an enigma, forged of strange material. So back and forth I go.
Oh.
Well now, you're...
What is it? Has something happened?
We have it on good authority that a suspicious individual passed through here.
We need to scour the area. Don't scour will be fine.
In here.
Y antes que la he asustado yo.
Open up!
You're dressed rather austerely for a patron.
My humblest apologies, Lady Wilhelmina. We've had reports of an unseemly character in the vicinity, you see, and...
Preposterous. I was out front till but a moment ago, and I did not see so much as a shadow.
Be that as it may.
You are excused. Leave this place, ere you invite our noble host's wrath upon yourself. I will summon you if aught is amiss. And what business have you here? In the nobles' playgrounds? Hmm?
Un putito como yo.
Someone in search of a juicy morsel. Would you be looking for this, perchance?
A ver qué voy a ver.
Come on then, keep pouring. Do you take me for some green lad who can't handle his cups? I'm your damned king, and a king deserves royal treatment.
Of course, Your Majesty.
Ah, pues otro no era.
Tell us, Your Majesty, would you prefer more drink, or shall we find some other way to amuse ourselves?
Aye. Let's change things up.
Casi no tiene ni.
I believe I cautioned you to keep your drunken revelry in check, lest you forget these celebrations of your valor are but a pretense for more serious matters.
I know. I do. It's just I get the poison in me and things happen is all.
You need only serve as our false king until Sven becomes consul. Till then, however, you would do well to remember that your role demands a certain degree of dignity. I trust you understand your position, Your Majesty.
Nay, I mean I. As you say, I'll go and sober up.
¿Y este quién es? Este no es el que. Este
Why
no es
not
el.
remove yours as well? This is not the masquerade hall, and we now find ourselves quite alone. What say we dispense with such pretenses and speak openly with one another, Lord Phasus?
Uf. ¿Quién coño es el Lord Phasus? ¿Es ese?
That will do. If you're discovered, yours won't be the only head that rolls. What is your purpose here, I wonder? If you came to learn of the sovereign, then 'tis as you have seen. The man is not but a ale-swilling pretender propped up by the Queen Regent. Of course, That begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true arisen be?
Me lo tienes detrás, cariño.
You'd best go. I'll do what I can to help you make your escape. Come see me in my bordlery when you're sewing. I'll instruct my attendants to send you straight to.
Perfect landing.
Is this where you've been all this time? 'Tis rather far from where we agreed to meet up.
Do take care not to stray so far next time.
Vamos a decirle que tenemos bombazos. Bomba bombastic. Yo no he encontrado lo de este hombre.
This calls for a curative.
Oh, te va a creer lo que encontrar.
Attend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a... Well, he is merely Disa's puppet then. 'Tis likely that he knows naught of her schemes, even were he to be removed. I suspect some odd, but if there's aught that compels my attention, 'tis this other man you mention. Phasus, he seems a man of import, and yet I have never heard of him.
Este es el verdadero malo del juego. El oficio este es el verdadero malo del juego, seguro.
Allow me to investigate this matter further.
Queen Regent Disa appears to be working in concert with this Phasus fellow. But what precisely is their aim?
This is beyond me, I'm afraid.
We have arrived.
Vamos ahí a entregar la mierda secundarias esta.
We have what we need to deliver, do we not? Let us find the intended recipient.
I only hope the recipient is pleased with our work.
I quite agree.
Te he visto, te he visto, te he visto. Oh, mira.
A crime committed here will see one confined to jail.
As I understand it, the pay of a jailer is miserable for all their toil.
Then a bribe might avail us, should the time come. Here we are.
Hiya, Risen! Have you brought me a bunch of flowers already? Oh, just look at them. These should say, would you mind terribly if I asked you? See, one of my friends taught me a magic spell. It's all you have to do is find a silver stone. Put it under your pillow. But there's the problem. Would you find a silver stone and bring it to me for true? And I'll be waiting.
Our next
Oh, I can't find a silver They're hard to find, aren't they?
Estaba la escalera a mi casa aquí.
I expect this ore will suffice for the...
Oh, I can't find a silver stone anywhere. Have you... Oh, just look how it's shaped. Aren't you curious who I want to meet? Well, I'll tell you. My mother and father, not to say I'm unhappy at the gracious hand, of course. But I'd really like... I want to tell them how grateful I am. Oh, it's so shiny. Oh.
Miss Daphne seemed pleased with our efforts. Mayhap we ought to pay her another visit sometime soon.
Oh, it's so
I'll gather this. It might be of use.
Y antes de terminar esto de la máscara y todo el rollo, porque creo que va a ser un checkpoint.
Ah, you've returned. Oh, with these, I shall have no need to fear any. I shall learn aught I can, that the day might come when I can repay this debt I owe you. Take this as a token of my gratitude.
That was certainly worthwhile.
Done at last. Perhaps a brief respite before we take on another?
'Tis vital that we rest and regain our strength before moving.
If I were you, I would tread. You've a decent head on those shoulders. I begin to doubt I will e'er find the time. You've a decent head on those.
¿Qué pasa, coño? Que no tengo. ¡Una cadabra! Coño.
I know. Ne'er in my wildest dreams could I have imagined it would be the magistrate you called.
Suppose that's enough for one day.
Whatever it is, I'll have to hear it another time.
Dead on my feet. Maybe I'll keep right here. This looks as good a place as any.
¿Qué tengo marcado ahí? Ah, lo de la mano curativa, ¿no? Ah, vale.
Then I shall remain by your side.
Thought you should have this.
Hostia. Por la cara me he contado.
Have you business with the guild, sir? I should be glad. To assist you.
Acabas de aprender la habilidad buhonero, ¿y?
Always a pleasure.
Welcome to... And quality's what you need if you want to survive.
So before you check the price, hope to see you again.
Not buying? That's just as well. Better to be...
Are you in the market for something in... particular? Always a pleasure.
Comprarle un casco a Sommion que no sea el mierda de casco ese.
Welcome to... And quality is what you need if you want to survive. So before you check the price, just remember... Misers die early deaths. Many thanks. I appreciate the bit. Welcome to... And quality is what you need if you want to sub...
Ah, guantes no hay. Ahora que acabo de caer en el guante.
5.
Sí,
Many thanks. I appreciate the business.
Queda muy libre ahí de los guantes. Y este no tiene las camisetas interiores ni boya.
Fancy a look at my wares? This really is fine craftsmanship. Are you in the market for something in particular? Killer? If quality is your concern, you're in the right place. Do come again.
How I've longed to embrace my...
Y vamos a visitar otra vez. ¿No?
Tis a relief to be home.
Good morrow, everyone.
Come, we've much to be
¿Qué?
getting on with.
Shall we get
Vale.
underway?
Vamos a ir a visitar esta otra vez. Porque claro, esta no necesito yo en realidad. Vale, ninguno sabe.
An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
They can be most convenient, though they travel only during the day.
Algo viene mejor que salga por...
Suppose I could enjoy some idle chit-chat. How goes it?
One day, I'm going to have...
No shortage of easy marks.
This foe will recoil from flame.
Yo.
You're soaked. Do try not to catch cold.
La de carro que te estás cargando, Leara, con el maldito eso. Uf, no.
No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the worm, as they say.
I will protect you.
Ya.
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
We could pick some now and use them when the need arises. Look, Master, a treasure chest. We shall have to find a way to reach it.
It is rather high. It might be beyond our reach.
We'll need to work together if we're to see this done. Shall I assist? cunning is this? Forces the Arisen to sleep.
Arisen! Are you alright?
Feast your eyes on this. I'll make them pay for that. It's gold as well, and this creature is hard as stone, making it ideal for tossing at our other foes.
Que me está tirando mierda.
Dare I say it? We trounced our foe, well and true.
Freshly rested as we are, this battle ought to be in our favour.
Try not to get hit. Let all that vim go to waste.
Depende de qué. Ahí.
Tremendous work!
Would that we might always be so in step, eh? You'll not live to regret this.
Hostia. Porque ese es raro.
I shan't allow any further harm to come to me. In traversing other worlds, I came to know of a treasure chest in this area. Perchance you'd like to see it.
Prepare yourself. isn't much of an adventure if all we do is make camp.
Let us return once we've grown tired from our labors.
So this is to be our new home.
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it.
No! I'm not sending anyone into that cave!
But Jonas, isn't it your duty to aid our people?
I've held my tongue till now, but no longer. You would leave one of us is impermissible. A village is nothing without its people. As Half's leader, you ought to strive to do whatever you can to bring him back alive. Can you truly say this decision?
Who are you to question me? I'll suffer none of your
I, Jonas. I am an outsider, and therefore have no I shall follow my own will, and do all those with the strength and courage to do the same. Join me at Stormwind Cave.
Let us make haste, that no life may be lost on our account. Sir Ulrika is ever a beacon of hope. Let us make haste and join her at Stormwind Cave.
Waifu
Then follow
materia.
me. I'll lead the way.
Well, if you insist. I'm only glad I don't have to lead the way for a change.
Of course. I was telling you aught I know of the sea's peril, of the brine. Now, 'tis common knowledge the brine hold any ships seeking, as if to say, there's naught out there. So, but does that not strike you as rather miserly? Even if we are to believe that there's naught across the sea, I should like to confirm for myself if there's an old man with naught sailing out into a sea. When I said as much to the brine, they a lie it may all seem, but 'tis
We have found a material.
I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time.
Tis you. Have you come to join us? My thanks. We shan't fail with the captured villager ought to be within. Let us...
We will likely find our charge in the cave's depths. Shall we press on? Methinks I know the general destination. Shall I show you the way, Master?
Well, if you insist. I'm only glad I don't have to lead the way for a change.
Water is nigh invisible in this gloom. No few times has an overconfident step soaked my boots.
Battle is upon us!
Yo supongo que será por aquí, por lo del templo este de aquí.
Over here, if you please. Have you a different destination in mind, Master? Very well. I shall follow your lead instead.
I'm sure there's a very good reason for this. We must respect our
Well said.
Ah, vale, supongo que el otro no lo están siguiendo para acá. Vale, estos no le están siguiendo para acá, no por aquí. ¿Qué más? Esto parece que sí que está haciendo cerrado. Tío, pero eso tiene la pinta de llevar una dungeon de level alto algo después.
How very curious. I wonder what other secrets this place holds.
¿Por dónde? Esto llevaba la salida. Yo supongo que estará en el granero este de los huevos.
Would you mind coming over here?
¿Pero por qué te has vuelto a meter otra vez en la cueva tú, carajote?
I'm sorry. Thank heavens you yet let us be on our way. The other villagers shall be.
Our results are awaited. What say we make our report?
Thanks, sir. I'd be roasting over a spit if it weren't for you, so to speak.
Over here, if you please.
Pero vamos, que se la busca un poquito, el tío, Pero oye, que le han dicho que no se mete porque está tan obsesionado en venir a la cueva.
Fire's fury shan't be able
That was impeccably timed, Arisen.
Que se te ha quedado atrás, el cabrón. Esto voy a tener que cogerlo. Cabrón, vente para acá.
you mind coming over here?
One can scarcely walk in a place so cramped. I pray we do not encounter any foes.
Let us proceed with caution. Eyes peeled, ears pricked.
What's up there? I can't make much out from here, but I have a feeling it will be worth the climb.
We'll need to work together if we're to see this done. Shall I assist?
Frey, follow me.
Vale, que no puedo escalar. No me amonesta en alto.
Over here, if you please.
¿Qué pasa, que no viene o qué?
If memory serves, there is another place we were to visit not far from here.
Perhaps we ought to go there first. What say you, Arisen?
You're wasting your time.
You have returned triumphant, I see. Oh, what a relief.
Indeed. And now that the task is done, I shall leave Harville. In exchange, I beg you to forgive those who joined me. I incited it. I will go forth from this village with my head held high.
There'll be no need for that, Ulrika. In light of your good deeds, I'll...
After you left, we who remained discussed that which our village treasures most. It is as you yourself have said, a village is nothing without its people. We ought to have learned that lesson well after the dragon, yet 'twas your heartfelt plea that reminded us of it. Ulrika, 'tis our hope that you will guide us, and that your kindness and wisdom...
Aye. If that is what is needed, I shall rise to the call of duty.
I could not have imagined a better outcome. The village will surely prosper in Sir Ulrika's care.
Such moments make me proud to serve the Arisen.
Might I interest you in my humble... wares? Much obliged, sir.
What you need of me?
For bread and board, you'll find none better. Glad to be of service. Can I interest you in a room, sir?
I have no issue falling as...
I feel refreshed and ready for a new day.
Off we go, then.
Feeling rested, I trust?
I heard what transpired. Thank you for fighting on my people's behalf. You cannot imagine my relief when I beheld. Say, would you visit me again once night is gone?
Don't like this place at all. Welcome to browse my wares. All's changed and seen. Feel it. Can I interest you in a room, sir?
We must rest.
It appears night has fallen while we slept.
Shall we check our packs and be off?
I hope you slept well.
A ver qué va a pasar aquí.
You've come. Glad.
Momento romántico, no creo, ¿no? Oh,
It's a strange thing. I ne'er knew how vast the sky was till I left Mel behind. Time and again you have come to my aid. Would that I could repay you in some way. Alas, there is little I have to offer. Yet, if your heart e'er aches for a place to call home, then may this village... No, not the village. If e'er you're in need of a hearth to return to, then let it be mine.
Waifu acquitted.
Whate'er trials we may face, I shall seek. Whate'er trials we...
We ought to bring word of this to Captain Grant.
Es que... ¿Avisarle de qué? Bueno, esa piedra siempre la tenía descubierta, ¿no? Lo que voy a hablar otra vez con el viejo a ver qué me dice lo de... Lo de estos del más allá del mar.
Would you mind coming over here?
No, esto no es.
I'll gather this. It might be of use.
Ah, mira quién es.
Aye. 'Tis a style all my a patchwork of techniques, honed for the sole purpose. Aye. For so long as we are united in our resolve to
Must have taken a wrong turn. This is just what I need.
I worked hard for this.
Is this a challenge arisen to see who can keep pace?
All people fear the dragon, and yet 'tisn't the threat it seems.
Claro, no, ahora el dragón no es el problema.
Those who call me a madman ought to leave me be. No one believes a word I say. To doubt my words is folly, for everyone I speak is true.
La voz es Henry Cavill, es el Joker.
All I say is true.
No creo que sea Henry Cavill, ¿no? El... Va, voy ahí y voy leveando este camino.
Now to report to Captain Can't.
Whatever it is, I'll...
Follow me, if you would.
Fine place. How's life treating you?
Hard to make anyone smile.
Va, nada, me voy a teletransportar ya, es cara.
To get anywhere if all we do is rest.
We've made it then. What's our first order of business, Arisen?
Vamos a visitar a la niña.
Shall we pay Miss Daphne another visit? I find myself wondering how the young lass fares. If you would be so kind as to follow me, I shall take you to the one you seek.
Well, have you business with the guild, sir? I should be glad to assist you.
¡Hostia!
Always a pleasure.
Saurians there!
Ice attacks will soon see this boat belt.
¿Qué hacen aquí, saurios?
Naught compares to the thrill of victory. One cannot help but...
That was superb, Arisen.
¿Qué coño hacían saurios aquí?
Have you business with the guild, sir? I should... Be glad to assist you.
Do come again.
Pray, follow me.
Precious little time. I'm off to the tavern.
This way, master.
As I recall, the location of another of our tasks is not far from here.
Efficiency is not the only factor worthy of consideration.
What to do? Hoy, Arisen! Say, do you know the river close by the church? Well, it's come to be full of them. That's a problem for the church, as it draws from the river to make holy water. I was thinking you could help the priests by finding some gold. I was hoping I'll help too. I'll look for gold.
Now we see...
Yes, sir. Ah, forgive me. If that's not the case, you are...
Might we not complete our delivery while we're here?
Perhaps, once we've concluded this bit of business, we might allow ourselves a moment's rest.
I quite agree.
Espérate, tengo 2 de oro aquí en lo alto, ¿no? Ahora que lo pienso. Y voy a buscar, ¿dónde está? ¿Dónde está la niña? Que tengo 2 de oro. Tengo 2 de oro encima.
Hoy, Arisen! Have you found any gold ore yet? Wow! Listen, I was talking to the priests, and apparently our troubles aren't over yet. Would you be thanks? So, remember how I told you about the river by the... Now lots of people who live nearby, the priests have been treating everyone as best they... I want to help them, apart from ask you, that is. Would you... Oh, thanks! I'll talk to the priests in the meantime.
Now we've need of medicine. We can purchase it.
Hoy, Arisen! Have you brought any medicine with you?
Yo.
Not yet. Fair.
Got any good store?
¿Qué haces tú aquí?
You understand how heavy the burden... Would you hear my request? Thank you kindly.
Pues nada, de vuelta otra vez.
Gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller.
Need anything?
Porque voy a tener que...
Many thanks.
Our packs are heavier, and our purses far lighter.
These were necessary expenses, mind. No use clinging to every last coin.
¿Podré usar el...
I welcome rumors of...
Apologies, but I can't.
You understand how heavy the burden of duty can be.
This ox cart's bound for the checkpoint. I'll not take you anywhere till I've had my due.
Puesto fronterizo. Yo.
Come to think of it, we're all of differing vocations, aren't we?
Oh,
Our respective abilities are unique as well.
We must each of us hone our skills. A jack of all trades is a master of none.
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by...
At once, Master. One of us is entrenched!
A tad too high, methinks. We'll need to work together if we're to see this done. Shall I assist?
Look there. I espy another statue.
Why don't we go take a look?
Goblins, Master!
I suppose I'll handle this. I drew the short stick this time.
Hold still. It will be over in a moment.
Yes, feel the wind on your face. Jump up and I'll send you flying.
¿Cómo coño dice que eres la X? Está equipando de.
The battle avoided is the battle won, I suppose.
Let us defer to you.
I must admit that it feels wonderful to strike through.
In another world, I learned that a forgotten riftstone lies nearby. Shall I escort you there, Master?
No jodas, Akayu.
Have you forgotten something, Arisen? You're looking rather lost.
Oh, no jodas, Akayu.
Very useful ingredients to be gathered here, I'll wager.
No harm in picking a few.
We've arrived well enough. Where to next?
Tío, que se ha... ¿Estás muerto? ¿Cómo se llamaba? Ahí se me ha ido el nombre. Voy a tener que cargar la partida.
Can't help but talk in a whisper when I'm here.
No tendría que no tendría ni que haber eso. Tendría que haber cargado del tiro en la parte, el último save. Oh. Esta está aquí ya muerta ya. Oh, qué cagada. Yo ahora tengo que volver a ver todo otra vez esto. No. Normal que la cara, que es que se ha muerto. Es que literalmente se ha muerto.
Ingredients are plentiful here about.
You've come. Glad I am. Whate'er trials we may face, I shall see this. Whate'er trials we may face.
We ought to bring word of this to Captain Brandt.
Ya que esto voy a comprar ya.
We've arrived well enough. Where to next?
Antes de hablar con la chavalita, coge los de esto de. Para no llevarme una sorpresita.
Shall we pay Miss Daphne another visit? I find myself wondering how the young lass fares.
Chalat.
I believe I can guide you to the person in question.
The Vanguard is yours.
Need anything? Stop by then.
Confidence of broken.
I shall not. Well done, Master. That made my day.
Gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. Should my friend...
Oh, yo tendría que haber hecho antes. A que al que tengo que seguir es el falsificador y por eso es el que gana dinero.
Do you know the river close by the... That's a problem. I was thinking, I'll help too. Boy, you risen. Have you found any gold ore yet?
Yeah.
Wow! Listen, I was talking, thanks. Now lots of the priests have been... I want to help, apart from ask you, that is. Oh, I'll talk to the priests and...
Now we've need of medicine. We can...
Yes, sir.
No.
Ah, forgive me. If that's not the case, you have...
Hoy, you're risen! Have you brought any medicine with you? now that's just... Oh, thank you, Arisen. This should be plenty. I'll take...
'Tis a goodly deed we've done, aiding the sick. I only hope our efforts go a ways toward improving...
Thanks, sir.
Shall we report this development to Captain Bront? Over here, if you please.
No, todavía lo de ir a la fiesta no voy a hacerlo todavía. Voy a terminar las misiones que tengo porque me da a mí que lo de ir a la fiesta de coronación es un point del juego.
Oh, pray excuse my boldness, sir. Might I beg a moment of your... My master is in need of aid, you see, and I'm hoping you'll consider... Oh, thank you, sir. Might we continue this conversation somewhere more discreet? The matter it concerns... You will find my master's manor in the noble quarter. Pray, meet me there.
I overheard some of the soldiers standing guard outside the palace discussing a curious... Shall we visit the manor as the maid bid? Then follow me. I'll lead the way.
Well, if you insist. I'm only glad I don't have to lead the way for a change.
Espérate que está ahí otra vez la esta. Y esta vez voy a procurar que no muera aquí. Sigo teniendo... No, mierda.
Have you business with the guild, sir? I should be glad to assist you.
Ah, claro, no, no, espérate, no. Ah, vale. Ah, vale, pues vale, que es un bombo combo.
Always a pleasure.
Vale. Vamos a llevar nuestra waifu a su casa, ¿no?
Would you mind coming over here?
You understand? Would you hear my request? I thank you.
Really now?
¿Qué hora es? Sí, espérate.
I'd fight better if I had an elf to keep me warm. Now I've gone and stepped in it.
Are you coming, Master? Our path is here.
Never should have taken this shift.
Over here, if you please.
No, no, no. A ver, es un atajo, pero me la juego a que caiga. Podría tirar. Voy a tirar por el camino largo, voy a tirar por aquí.
Our party is well balanced. I can see no weaknesses that might be exploited.
No challenge is beyond our combined might.
Tis as you say.
No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the worm, as they say.
I shan't let them harm
you. Come, let me grant you wings.
Claro, no logro hacer.
Dare I say it? We trounced our...
My knowledge from other worlds.
Some of our foes are proficient with ranged attacks. They will prove most troublesome if not dealt with.
Very well.
Was this ox cart assailed? 'Tis in a dreadful state.
Wrought by the hands of brigands. Or the claws of monsters.
One cannot be too careful.
No mercy.
Bom, 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 bom. Uf. Yo lo de el sistema de este tío no lo termino de pillar.
Have a gander at my wares. You shan't regret it. Pleasure doing business with you.
No purchases to be made today, I see. I just hope the shopkeep understands.
Browsing was enough to scratch the itch, in my case.
Corramos antes de que venga el grifo. Uf.
As a matter of fact, every master I've ever served has favored different tactics. One party I joined consisted only of ranged specialists.
Good sure to keep that in mind.
I'll take that. We might find a use for it.
Menos mal que no es los Sommion, no, uno de los yo que me podía agarrar.
Goblins, master!
Are we leaving already? Come on, I was just getting warmed up.
I will protect you.
Look there. I espy another statue.
What say we mark it in our minds as a place of interest?
Thank you kindly. Would you accept this humble... Together, we will...
No place is truly free. Time to get...
Well met. Looking to make a purchase? Much obliged, sir.
And here we are, in the blink of an eye. Shall we take stock of our surroundings?
Oh, you came, sir, but I forget myself. I should like to speak with an acquaintance of yours, a child. She is the spitting image of my young master. 'Tis my hope that she might take his place for a time, thereby granting him a reprieve from...
Diana, would you paint my mother a criminal? Perhaps I ought to be the one to explain.
Young master,
Diana has the right of it, though the situation is not nearly... I seek only the freedom to leave my own home. My mother is bedridden, you see, and her mind is not so sharp as it once was. Whenever I am absent, by leaving a look-alike in the house, I hope to ensure her peace of mind. Would you be willing to lend your assistance? Splendid.
'Twas in the slums that I witnessed you speaking with the girl.
Ah, good, you return. I find myself on edge when you stray from my line of sight. Is this a challenge arisen to see who can keep pace?
Let us endeavor to keep up, though we are less fleet of foot.
Hi, Arisen. I was hoping you'd come by, so I could thank you again. You wanted to ask me a favor. So, this noble boy wants me to... I mean, I don't know that... Besides, are you sure we can trust these people? All right, I'll do it. But...
Porque tengo la impresión de que me voy a arrepentir de acompañar a la pobrecita de Daphne a la mansioneta.
Follow me, if you would.
¿Dónde me está llevando esto? Esto me está llevando... Sí.
Look, young master.
Indeed. I could be Diana. Will you dress her?
As you wish, young master.
What a kindness you've done me. Now I can go and fetch it. I'm hoping a little cheer will aid her in her recovery. And a flower from Melv seems just as she was born there, you see. No doubt her days would be brighter.
All is ready, young master. You need only for...
Yo la tengo que cortar esta mervería.
Let's see. Ah, I almost forgot. Let's see. Ah, I almost forgot. In that goes.
Yo, ¿verdad? Tiene que cortar esta hasta...
You know, the roads around Melv are supposed to be... I heard the safest way to get there is to carry something that reeks of Cyclops with you, because it'll scare all the monsters away.
Oh.
The lands around Melv are rife with poisonous flora. I'd hoped it is not only poison the plants in... The lands around Melv are rife with poisonous flora. I'd hoped to pack an antidote. It is not only poison the plants inflict, but drowsy...
Someone talked about this.
It seems Master Sebastian is lacking a few supplies. Shall we gather what springs to mind?
Hay algo que cure veneno y sueño a la vez. Creo que tengo todos los materiales ya para el chaval. Pues voy a buscar a ver si hay específicamente que tienen que darle algo que cure veneno y...
This might contain useful information.
A thorough perusal might reveal aught of interest.
Need anything?
No.
Stop by again soon.
It's been a hard day.
Will someone do aught about this?
Such peace.
I hear the safer.
The lands around Melva Rock is not only poison, the plant.
Well then, I must confess, I feel right. I only hope I've not forgotten. You think I ought to bring some medicine and monster repellent with me? What precisely would you suggest?
No voy a darle...
Let's see. I almost forgot. Well then, I must confess, I only hope I've... You think I ought to bring some medicine and monster repellent with me? What precisely would you suggest? My thanks. I'm so... Now, I really must be go-
Take care, young...
Come back safe.
Thank you for your aid in all of this, sir.
Yon path leads not to our destination. If you would prefer to explore, I shall guide you another time.
I'm sure there's a very good reason for this detour. We must respect our master's wishes.
Y a ver qué tengo que hacer con este hombre, dímelo, por favor.
Greetings. You need only make a worthy offering in it. I have seen your path. You've my gratitude. I have seen your path. You've my gratitude. 'Tis lovely to see you.
La luz de revelación. Que vaya sin foco de luz.
You shan't hear me complain.
I feel refreshed and ready for a new day.
Off we go then.
Feeling rested, I trust?
Another day of work awaits.
I'd sooner stay out than back.
That looks promising. Any ideas as to how we might reach it?
Townspeople. I'd heard tell of a beggar doing well for himself, so I came out here. So where's he get his coin then? Gather round. Treat your ears to a tale, right?
As long as you please.
One day, I'm going to have proper raiment.
Let's take it easy today.
Well then, son. How might I be of service?
This worrying's giving me an achy back.
Look, as long as you well then, sir.
Unless I am much mistaken. We have cause to visit a place not far from here.
Should we head there now? It would save us having to make the trip again.
Naught to look forward to, but a long day of work.
Right, door's locked. That should do it. faring well, I hope. Your eyes on my back, watching me.
I'm not leaving till you take it. So there.
Or to head home, or I get an earful. How goes it?
Take any chance not to think on my troubles.
Very useful ingredients to be gathered here, I'll wager.
No harm in picking a few.
¿Dónde está la escalera que cogí antes?
Suppose I could enjoy some idle chit-chat. Pray, take this. Heavens...
Carajo, que
I'll
quiero.
gather this. It might be of use.
¿Dónde estaba la puta escalera que cogió antes yo para...?
Come to think of it, was there not another task we were to see to somewhere nearby?
When the mind is split, the heart must lead. Or so I've learned.
Say, I've noticed you walking around questioning people. Looking for information, are we? If I were you, I'd pay a visit to the jail next, if you haven't already. The place is full of unsavory characters, as one might expect, who've seen things ordinary citizens aren't privy to. I should know. I was among their company till just recently.
just about anywhere. This looks as good a place as any.
Mira, aquí está, coño. Mira, esto no es la casa. Sí, esta, a ver, esta. Si me subo por aquí. Creo que no está nada cerca de eso. Uf.
You came to see me?
Que voy a volver a hablar con la...
Greetings. You need only make a worthy offering in it. I have seen your path. You've my gratitude. 'Tis lovely to see you.
Uf, a ver.
rescatar que los fans anteriores simplemente ven aquí en la noche donde esté el icono de mi personaje. Si llegaste aquí viéndolo, vas a tener que esperarte otros 10 minutos. El mendigo va a salir de su casa y se le va a olvidar cerrar la puerta. Entonces tú ya vas a poder entrar. De lo contrario, si te olvidaste de los pasos de seguirlo, porque honestamente si esta es flojera perder media hora de tu vida nada más siguiendo a un NPC que no hace nada, vete a una de estas sillas a descansar hasta que sea entre la medianoche y el amanecer. Insisto, entre la medianoche y el amanecer. Regresa a la casa del mendigo y la puerta debe estar abierta. Lo esperaste una vez.
Always sets me to besides.
Vale, por lo visto sale para afuera.
Would that all my days were so short.
Ah, mira.
As I recall, we have another matter to attend to in this domain.
We might kill two birds with one stone, or focus on our current objective. Both choices have merits.
Let them try and stop you.
Si tú usas el método de esperar y no puedes abrir, vuelve a esperar hasta las quitamos. Nos vamos a dar cuenta que el mendigo tiene una doble vida, tiene dos esposas, en una es un noble, en la otra es un mendigo, y ahora básicamente podemos entregar las pruebas. Tenemos tres opciones: ir a la taberna de Walter, donde vimos al mendigo durante toda la tarde, y darle las pruebas a su primera esposa, es un Besteren. La segunda opción es ir a la plaza y darle las pruebas al mendigo para que el güey las esconda y siga viviendo su doble vida. Y finalmente puedes ir al distrito de la nobleza y darle las pruebas a la esposa noble. La mejor recompensa es entregarle las pruebas a la esposa noble. Te la encuentras en la finca de Val. Dependiendo la hora en la que llegues, te la puedes encontrar afuera de tu casa o adentro.
Vale.
Won't someone talk about this?
It is our duty to see this peace.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure, sir. Have we some business I'm unaware of? You mean to tell me that Albert has been playing the part of a beggar? That man who would sooner starve to death. If this is a jest, it is in very poor taste. All the same, I will place these clothes somewhere about the house. If he has aught to hide, his reaction when he finds... You may visit us again in a few days' time. Fear not.
Won't someone talk about this?
Beg pardon, sir, but might I have a moment of your tea? A friend of mine
Has an empty house, but no use for it. And I see you round the inn rather often. Wouldn't come free, mind, but the price is a fair one, and you'd have a place to call. Well, you needn't decide this very moment.
Money.
Greeting. You need only make a worthy offering. I have seen your path. You've my gratitude. 'Tis lovely to see.
Not sure what they expect. I'm no cook, am I?
No habla otra vez con...
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it. To charge ahead may be to rush headlong into danger. Let us take care to move as one.
We'll manage whatever comes. We always do, don't we?
I begin to doubt I will e'er find greeting.
'Tis a fair reward. We cannot complain.
We'll find a use for it, I'm sure.
Haven't got any leaves.
Ah, how I've lost. Our adventure continues.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Ready to forge on? I wonder how Master Sebastian and Miss Daphne fare of late. Shall we pay them a visit? I believe I can guide you to the person in question.
Well, if you insist. I'm only glad I don't have to lead the way for a change.
Home at last.
Welcome home.
Thank you, Diana. 'Twas a hard journey, but I found what I sought. A blue I only hope Mother will be pleased.
A blue sunbright.
Oh no. Rather rare, though, and particularly to Melv. I'm surprised you've heard of them.
Really? Well, there's a picture of one stuck to the inner cover of a book that was donated to the Gracious Hand. I asked Sir Kendrick about it. He told...
A picture, you say?
I believe Miss Daphne is describing a bookplate. The book in question will have been a donation from this very house. Indeed, the mistress has been very generous in her support of the Gracious...
For true? Oh.
I think I could arrange that.
Yes. Well...
All this racket. What's going on? Good gracious, what is the...
Oh, You must be the lady who's been supporting the Gracious Hand. Thank you.
What precisely have you told this girl?
Not a word, mistress.
Good. As for you, girl, you need not thank me. 'Tis the privilege of the nobility to help those who are less fortunate. Do be sure to leave the house and fare you well, child. Know that where'er life may lead you, you may take pride. Come, Diana. I would speak with you alone.
What was that all about? Mother seemed awfully...
I do wonder what that was all about. Though I'm not sure we ought to cry.
That was not at all the outcome I'd anticipated.
What's going on? Doesn't seem right, this.
I'm afraid not.
I took you for a kinder sort than that.
Ah, que vale, que me está diciendo a mí por invadir.
To think the lady... Are all the nobles so kind? I can't wait.
'Tis a relief. What was that all about?
Pray, follow me.
Perseguirte a donde digo, ¿dónde me está llevando?
Won't someone do aught about this?
I'm just grateful I get to lead a quiet life.
Good tidings to you. I thought you might be the one. My husband spoke of you, you see. I suppose you're here to see him. You'll have to come another day, I fear. He's been sent out on a mission. 'Tis a perilous mission at that. I've heard he is to fell a Dullahan at the Ildua's resting place. I worry.
Pray, allow me to open yon chest.
I've more time than I know how to spend.
Know you of any places?
I shall have Albert himself verify. You may visit us again in a few days' time.
Sometimes this is the only place I can find peace.
Always a fresh breeze blowing down here.
A crime committed here will see one confined to jail.
As I understand it, the pay of a jailer is miserable for all their toil.
Then a bribe might avail us, should the time come.
Greeting. You need only make a worthy offering in exchange. That's what I like to see.
A treasure chest. Shall we see if we can't make our way over to it?
We might scratch another task off our list while we're here, if we are so inclined.
Efficiency is not the only factor. So worthy of consideration.
Not much going on here.
Voy a intentar cazar fantasmas de noche.
I have no issue falling at... Are we to depart at this hour? I cannot see why we should choose to stumble around in the dark.
Shall we check our packs and be off?
Ready to forge on? I'll go and open the chest. Here's a surprise.
At least all our efforts weren't for naught.
Interesting. I shall have to inform my own master of this.
This is generally used as a material.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations.
I'll gather this. It might be of use.
I do the same thing every...
Do you perchance remember me? You once knew me as maid to the young master, Sebastian. Well, I'm his maid no longer. Though I meant no harm, the mistress saw fit to tell no other soul of this. But the girl I had you fetch was none other than Sebastian, feared of inviting conflict over their inheritance. Daphne's family branded her a cursed babe, and yet the loss of her newborn child drove the mistress half mad with grief. She's been bedridden. I had hoped the sight of her long-lost daughter might rekindle some vital spark. 'Twould seem it was not to be. In the end, my good intentions served only to rob me of my station. I suppose 'twas no less than my due for meddling in the...
Ah, Sir Arisen. I've been meaning to speak with you. Did you, perchance, I see. After the rather strongly worded, it was under unique circumstances, shall we say, that Daphne came to reside with us. You must understand. The House of the Blue Sunbright is our most generous benefit. Thus, for the sake of all who reside herein, I beg you to, though it pains me to perpetuate the girl's misfortune, it must be done. If the gracious hand is to Sir Arisen, I trust that you pray see to it that naught akin to the recent debacle be...
No he hecho nada más que cagarla, llevando a la niña ahí. Y al final me perdísimo tope. Fantasmas, quiero que aparezcan fantasmas. Supongo que tendré que ir hasta el bosque.
We cannot break it from this side.
So it goes.
Porque aquí vamos a querer romper el
A
puente.
forgotten rift stone we've not discovered lies nearby. 'Tis this way, as I recall, from my last sojourn beyond the rift.
Oh, mira.
truly are formidable, Arisen.
Like to pin the beam in place.
Well said.
I'm not too proud to stop up.
Vale, ya
That
tenemos.
was well fought. There's no one standing who might say otherwise.
No doubt, this triumph will spur us into the next.
Espérate, vamos a coger el CX3 por si acaso.
He is really
Pues
pushing
hay
their
más.
luck. Master, my heart knows no greater peace than when I'm by your side.
Bueno. Vámonos. Ahora cogeré el que me queda del banco y cara.
An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
One hopes these carts offer comfort commensurate to their cost.
How are we to get through this door?
Stand strong! Fight, but I can take you. We're still in a fight. Hold on, run low.
Espérate. Coño, que la capital por ahí.
Yes, sir. Have you procured what I asked? Unfortunately, I can give you little more than that. Ah, but in place of a reward, mayhap I could give only if you've the time and inclination, of course. As servants of the gracious hand, we provide whatever treatment we can to those unfortunate at times. Perhaps you will recall the parents who were here when you first arrived, an unfortunate pair. They've suffered no few hardships in the slums, and now, even their poor by chance, he was examined by a roaming man claiming to be a doctor. Yet, the family had not been so, he was put into our care.
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it.
Here he is. This young man is Lubomir. We've been administering the medicine recommended by the doctor who examined him. But to be perfectly honest, I doubt the soundness of that so-called doctor's judge after all. There is no shortage of ne'er-do-wells out there, willing to claim their medicine the only cure, that they might inflate it. But I suppose I ought not say such things so openly. At any rate, I'd best continue on my round. Come, come. We've medicine to prepare.
Psst. You there. Help me. Listen, the sisters here are good to us, but I'm growing weaker day by day. It started with a slight fever, and now I can scarce see that empty bed. An old man was lying in it till just a few days past. He told me he was feeling better, that he'd be well enough to leave anon. Mayhap I'm just imagining things. I hope that's the case. Something isn't right about... Pray, should you hear any queer rumors about the gracious hand?
Nothing ever seems to happen. Yeah? What is...
¿Qué tal el zombie que tienen enterrado en el sótano?
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
We could pick some now and use them when the need arises.
Might you be a friend of Lubomir's? There has been talk of sending him down to the basement. Should his... that is, the basement sick room. None of the other sisters are permitted entry. Tell us. She gives the patients a special medicine. I know not what kind. Which is to be expected. And yet, a part...
So, the worst of us are taken to the basement. And none say the abbess can enter? If the gracious hand has a secret, 'tis the abbess who keeps it. You've done this much for me. Would you be willing to go further? Oh, you've my thanks. Of course, all the better should your search come to naught. But if you do, should you find evidence fit to implicate her, will you help me see to it that... See, I've already reported my suspicions to the sentinels, and we've arranged a signal. If you apprehend the abbess, so I beg you, sir, find the evidence you need.
To get to the bottom of what is happening at the gracious hand, we shall have to acquire evidence of any misdeeds.
I suppose 'tis so.
Might I beg but a moment of your time?
I know not why, but the words basements...
The patients in this room must not be disturbed. Leave this...
Voy a tener que venir de pícaro otra vez para estas mierdas. Carajo, si otra vez he venido y no había nadie.
Finally, some peace and quiet.
Sir Arisen, I trust that you pray see to it that naught akin to...
In the end, I suppose 'twas no less than...
I do hope naught befalls.
Oh, someone help me!
Medicine? Now!
We've found some evidence, but there might be more to discover. Let us scour every inch of this room.
Aptly said.
You're back. Pray, tell me, have you found anything? These look like Rekord, Johan and Bruno. I know these two. They left. I recall them being especially meek to the abbess. At any rate, they may know aught of use. You're back. Pray, what? You found... Do you think... Could I trouble you? Mayhap you could show it to the doctor I saw before coming here. Radcliffe, his name was. He's staying in the... Pray, sir, do what you can. I must.
Methinks we would do well to bring this medicine to Sir Radcliffe, the doctor over in the rest town.
You have my support.
Uf, ni de coña voy a hacer. Ya haré esa segunda parte cuando sea mi segunda partida y que tengo teletransporte a todos lados, tío.
Elena, a fine woman by all accounts. I was in her care. You see, I was only a little under the weather when I entered her care. In the end, I survived, but methinks I was... And once, I saw her. She handed him a large parcel, all wrapped up. And he gave her some you'd think 'twere medicine. But I'd not have bought medicine from a man like that. They were whispering. But I did hear one of them say aught about keeping quiet. Where'd they meet? 'Twas in the square, in the eastern part of the common quarter. And always a night, as I recall.
Lady Eleanor's a goodly. I wavered tween like. Can't say as I missed that basement. Suppose 'tis only to be expected.
I haven't seen my husband in...
What now? Dead on my feet. Maybe is there anything to do?
For a nobleman's son.
At least here I can enjoy my own comfort. Stay away from me.
Getting proper rest is an important duty.
The sun may have fallen, but the day is far from over.
Step lively. Journey by starlight shall make for a nice change of pace.
Ready to forge on?
Here.
Aye, this is plenty. Lord Phasus is like to be in your...
Me Facio otra vez.
Suppose it can't have been easy to procure this much so quickly.
You suppose wrong. I command their full faith. 'Tis simple for me to extract what I require.
Ha! You're a fearsome one. Here's hoping I ne'er end up in your camp.
Enough. I gave you yours, now you give me mine. I'd not...
Ah, of course. Wouldn't want to hurt the Lady Saint's image in the eyes of the common folk, would we?
Glad we understand each other.
Aye, be seeing.
This is not the first we've heard of Lord Phasus. What could his aim be? I wonder.
Yo tengo que ir por cojones para terminar la misión hasta...
This is beyond me, I'm afraid.
Voy a probar ahí al puesto fronterizo a ver si eso está cerca de eso.
ox carts make for relatively safer travel.
They can be most convenient.
This ox cart, I'll need to see some coin before I let you on.
Dare incite my wrath.
I'll not take that from you.
Don't be scared. You should be.
Very well. I shall return. Sleep magic. Most impressive, Master. Fight on, and victory shall be ours.
A resounding success.
Cannot stop trembling.
Pues creo que va para allá, ¿eh?
There are few places.
Pues míralo aquí, en el puesto fronterizo, mira.
Say, you wouldn't happen to have seen a pretty stone lying about, would you? One befitting the name the Jadeite Orb. It was stolen from me while I was delivering it, and if Master Everard should find... There's no exaggeration. He said people killed before, more to be quite truthful. Working under a man such as him, I'd only get chewed up till he decided to spit me. Unless you were to find it for me.
The Jadeite Orb could be anywhere now. Perchance we ought to speak with...
Oi, you there! I don't mean to pry, only it's my grandson, a boy by the name of Rog. He's gone missing.
Morris, I've just found out Roger's been abducted by beasts.
What?
I've just heard news. Rog was seen being dragged off by wolves.
Oh, my poor boy.
Morris, think what you're saying, friend. We can't go charging off after the lad.
Do you truly expect me to do naught but twiddle my... The soldiers won't do aught for him, will they? Concern it all. He's right. But what else am I to do? Do you truly mean if you return him to me, I will be...
We may benefit from pursuing the information.
Have you come from Vernworth?
Coño.
The ancient battleground to the north is overrun with hordes of fell beasts. In times past, 'twas safe enough a night. When since a few days past, skeletons and phantoms. It could be that aught's befallen the cenotaph. I'd heard the spirits had come. Say, if I cannot dissuade you from traversing the ancient battleground, would you consider passing by the cenotaph and making sure...
Cenotafio, ¿se puede llegar al cenotafio? Cenotafio es la ruina que son bajo el mundo.
Greetings.
Coño.
You tell me. In your comings and goings, he seems to have vanished while in possession of a treasure known as the Jadeite Orb. My fellow merchants are scouring the city for him, and if I may be candid, our primary concern is not... 'Tis an item of precious importance to myself and my partners, you see. And in my hour of need, who should wander by but the good Arisen? What say you? You will be rewarded handsomely.
It seems this Jadeite orb is in high demand. 2 people have asked us to find it now, but only one of them can have it.
I shall stand by you, Master. Whatever you decide.
Is this some manner of trial?
Welcome, sir, after all. 'Tis folly to linger on a single vocation when the...
¿Cuándo coño voy a poder aprender?
So many exciting methods of combat to be tried. How goes the collection? Mate. Any progress? Always a pleasure.
Fancy a look at my wares?
Aye? In need of a doctor, are you? What's this you're giving me? Oh, I see. You want me to run some... Interesting. Well, you've certainly piqued my curiosity. Naturally, I'll need a bit of time with it. Come back again in... oh, I don't know.
Vamos a ayudar a los lobos mientras este está...
You! Just make it quick.
Ya que por tiempo está.
grow restless when I do.
Could it be aught befallen the Senator? If I cannot dissuade you from...
It's this way.
Speak to me another time.
The flowers that bloom around here, from what I can glean, the petals of... Isn't that unusual?
You'll never believe this, but the other day... Normally, you put an elf and a dwarf in the same... Mayhap my eye...
Aye, I met Rod. He had what looked like a bundle of grass with him. Only he would say no more than 'twas a secret. Yet no sooner had I charged to his aid. But oh, poor lad. Pray help him if you can, sir.
I follow my whims.
Have you heard the... There was no warning, no apparent cause, but one morning. Of course, such rumors are best taken with a grain of salt.
Greetings! We see a great many customers given our local.
Me? Got something for me?
What are you...
I'm just grateful to still be in...
There are quite a few bistrons are in Batar. Strange that, considering some say mayhap you've seen those headless statues on roads and such. Couldn't tell you whether any of that's true or not, mind.
The flowers that, from what I can glean, isn't that unusual?
Pray, sir, seek out the jadeite orb for me. As for where to look, you could try asking about...
Shame there aren't as many folks spinning tall. I rather enjoyed hearing the one about the giant. It's said to descend in times of conflict. Sounds like the last thing we need.
I've got nothing for ye.
Aught you need of me?
Carajo.
It's this way.
Aye, I met Roger by the cenotaph, on the eastern side of town. He had what looked like a bundle of grass with him. He would say no more, yet no sooner. I charged to his aid. Poor lad. Pray help him if you can.
Al este del pueblo.
Are you going?
Have you forgotten something, Arisen? You're looking rather lost.
I'll gather this. It might be of use.
Ah, mira, ahí.
Lay down your arm.
There, master. RPG.
Focus your strength, Arisen.
Over so soon? Why, we seem to have come through unscathed.
We mustn't allow ourselves to be discouraged. Take each trial as it comes. Pray, allow me to open your chest.
The Arisen has been put to sleep.
Sí, y las flores que brillen.
Am I the first to notice we've all got different vocations?
Our respective abilities are unique as well.
We must each of us hone our skills. The jack of all trades is a master of none.
I'll carefully conserve my strength, and in...
Methinks this can only be destroyed from the other side.
Forgive me if I do not jump for joy.
Esperemos que no joda, que de verdad tenía que coger toda la información antes de venir por el tío, ¿no?
You're welcome to take whatever you like from my pack, Master.
No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the worm, as they say.
On deck! A curative institute.
I hope you weren't expecting mercy.
Well done! It was excellent. I could have done no better.
Let's see more where that comes from.
Por aquí no hay.
You would have us press on without delay? By your will, Arisen.
Little does our foe realize how narrowly they escaped death's touch.
Right. What are you doing? You're under your son. Do try not to catch cold.
Se me va a morir chaval, que yo no lo encuentro. Cojones, las pistas, he seguido las pistas bien.
Caution is helpful when walking so close by the river.
Not the best place for a soak, I must say.
No encuentro la guarida de los lobos, tío.
Look here. This path seems rather promising.
How extraordinary. It would surely have escaped my eye.
A worthy accomplishment. The sky is radiant.
Los shoulders.
I feel it pleasing the body.
Are you alright?
Guard all
damaged beyond repair.
Oxen.
Such beasts are a fair source of meat, when rations are lacking.
Arisen, we ought to heal ourselves while we've the chance.
I don't suppose begging for a reprieve would get as far with one of its lot.
Vamos a ver cómo podemos hacer esto en hablar con gente. También haces ahora es dirigirte a la posada y descansas hasta que se haga de noche. Si hablaste con esta gente entenderás el porqué. Y lo que haces ahora básicamente es buscar las flores que brillan en la noche y las vas siguiendo una a una. Cuando las sigas, verás que básicamente te marca hacia esta cueva de aquí. Y cuando llegas a esta cueva pueden pasar dos cosas. Lo primero es que te encuentres al niño sano y salvo, y lo segundo es...
Vale. Coño, pero si estaba ahí, ¿no?
I'd wager there's ought to be found here.
Let us ponder how best to proceed. These really are hidden in the most unlikely places, aren't they?
A splendid discovery. Interesting. I shall have to inform my own people.
Ah, mira.
I shan't allow any further harm to come to me.
A ver si no tarda demasiado. Yo.
You'll not live to regret this.
That was well fought. There's no one standing who might say otherwise.
No doubt, this triumph will spur us into the next.
No, pues esto no es. La cueva. Que tengo que encontrar.
Goodness, 'tis rather high. It might be beyond our reach.
Methinks I've a skill. For just this occasion, shall I assist?
Coño, ¿dónde es? Apare que es... Joder, que es pasando... Joder, está lejísimo. Joder, que está lejísimo, que está... que no es aquí. Me cago en todo, que es... Ahí. Claro, porque yo estoy aquí. Ahora está... No, está ahí. Está ahí. Joder.
Phantoms!
¿Puedo cruzar por aquí?
Hang in there, Master. I'm coming to assist.
Then I shall remain by your side. I am honored to be called to your side, Risen.
We've naught to gain by fighting here. Best we push on.
You are in need of healing. Allow me. Wait right there.
Guard all you want. It won't make a difference when I grapple you, see? How close shall know my pain unfold?
I am not thought to flower. Think nothing of
Yo, tengo que cortarse abajo.
What's going on? I remember. The war. You saved me. Didn't you, sir? How did you know where I was? I suppose he must be worried. If it's all the same to you, sir, I think...
Our results are awaited. What say we make our report?
Joder, ahora tengo que llevarlo de vuelta.
Let us deliver the lad to Sir Morris forthwith. If you would be so kind as to follow me, I shall take you to the one you seek.
I will protect you.
No menos eso de día.
A new day dawns at last.
Night's perils shall recede with the darkness.
No me termina de convencer el Viper este. Yo necesito mi arquero mágico aquí.
Would you mind coming over here? I see our goal has changed. I would not presume to direct.
This ox cart's bound for. I'll need to see some coin before I let you on.
Uf, menos mal, viene conmigo el Seba.
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it.
Pues vale, puedo... No sé yo si puedo teletransportarme y viene Seba conmigo también a cosas así.
Peruse at your leisure, sir. Living's hard, but dreams are free, I say.
Might as well take a look while you're here, eh? Got some good things on offer. Many thanks. Rog?
Hello, Grand...
Tis a miracle. You're alive and in one...
Grandfather, you're smothered...
Oh, hush. You don't get to...
Very sorry, Grandfather.
And you? Words alone will ne'er be a prey. Take this. 'Tis naught but a trifle in comparison to your kind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for...
Outstanding.
Done at last. Perhaps a brief respite before we take on another?
'Tis vital that we rest and regain our strength before moving on.
Es verdad que... ¿Por qué tenía que hacer más aquí? Y espera a este que termina de hacer su ungüento.
Ah, there you are. You've come at a good time. I've just finished. I must ask, where did you acquire that concoction? 'Tis a fell thing you got there. To be plain, 'tis more poison than physic. It has the potential to heal one's ailments, certainly. But only if they could survive long enough, which is worse still. It has addictive properties that are likely to cause the patient to become dependent. I say patient, but I should hope whoever made this did not intend it as a method of treatment. You'd have to be well.
Ya, pues listo, hemos terminado aquí.
Me?
We have found a...
I don't believe I had any visitors. Begone! I have no hospitality to extend toward one bereft of...
anything? Someone comes to relieve.
An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
Sir Mirrodin, who calls yon manor home, is said to be a sort Tellis. He keeps all manner of magical implements in his abode. Mind, he's rather a crotchety sort, to say the least. You pay him a visit, and he's like to turn you away.
¿Dónde está el puestito para esperar aquí el carro? No voy aquí.
Must hold out. Someone comes to relieve.
This ox cart will not take you anywhere till I've had my due.
What am I supposed to do about it? I ain't got the...
Ye really pushing your luck.
Fine. Now the car all of you.
I'll slit your bleeding throat! I'll slit your bleeding throat!
You looking for a fight?
Is that a statue I espy over yonder?
From this distance, I cannot be sure. We should have to make out.
¿Dónde iba el toro?
And I shan't resist.
Greetings. You need only my...
What are you up to?
Greetings. You seek God. You need only make a worthy offering in exchange. You've my gratitude. Greetings. You need only make a worthy offering. I have seen your path. Make. You've my gratitude. 'Tis lovely to see you.
¿Eso se refiere al main escenario? Que la luz de la navegación nos deja con mente abierta.
Is there aught I can help you with? Oh, if you're looking for Lubomir, he's not allowed visitors, I'm afraid. Not even. No need to worry, though. The abbess is tending to him per. The patients in this room must not.
Oh, someone help me.
¿Fracasó la misión por tardar tanto?
I've heard some interesting tidings about town.
Regarding the Vermundian military, yes?
It would seem the Queen Regent has made significant alterations to the chain of command.
Good day, sir. Is there aught I can help you with? Oh, if you're looking... He's not allowed visitors, I'm afraid. No need to worry, though. The abbess is tending to him personally.
¿Dónde está la cabrona esa?
Good day, sir. Good day, sir.
What's your business with me?
I'm always willing.
Y ahora, ¿cómo completo esto? Que no quiero que las vueltas que me he dado hayan sido para nada.
I'll gather them.
Is there... Oh, if you're looking... He's not allowed visitors. No need to worry. This is a place of prayer. A moment's prayer can do...
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
I'd say we collect as much as we can carry.
My greens are set.
I sleep on my woes and they have no cause.
Oh, my joints have been aching something fierce of late.
What else needs doing? I'll feel a sight better once I've had my dinner.
Tengo que hablar con este hombre.
Well met, son. How might I be of service? As I recall, the location of another of our tasks is not far from here.
We shall have to decide which is the most pressing. We cannot do everything at once.
A mug of ale is just what I
Wonder what's going on in your room.
Let me alone, will ye?
Good to see you. Those garments you gave me had a marked effect. Albert set off to work the moment he saw them, and he's been working steadily e'er since. To be frank, I've not the slightest interest in the man, but he can surely benefit this city much more by performing an honest duty than by... In short, you've done us all a service.
Might not one of the bandits in Vernworth's jail know of the methods employed by thieves and their ilk? Then follow me. I'll lead the way.
'Tis as you say. Do you know how long you'll be? I only ask so that I might adopt the most effective stance to recuperate my strength.
'Tis not our place to hurry the Arisen.
Dame una pistita sobre esta, cabrones.
Greeting, you need only make a worthy offer. I have seen your path. May these words... You've my gratitude. 'Tis lovely to see you.
Eso no me ha valido un carajo.
What I can do for you?
At least I have my life. That's something.
We cannot accompany you there, Master, but fear not. You'll find us here when you return.
Oh, looking. Can't say I've seen it, or heard of it for that matter. It's all coming back to me now. Which is to say, my first stop would be Ibrahim's scrap store. Got to be sure the scrap stores are in the checkpoint rest town. Might be worth...
I have been waiting for you, Arisen.
Vamos a ver si hay suerte y que llega la noche hablando con este hombre, consigo enjaular a la otra.
So tired. I've barely the vim to tie my boots. All's well, I trust.
Sir.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim. As do not forget that we work to service.
No joda que perdió la misión y yo por tardar. Ah, vale, joder, la madre que lo parió.
Welcome.
Ni de coña averiguo yo eso, Neverguillo. Que hay que agarrarla, que hay que arrestarla, que hay que... que era ella, que es la cabrona que los está vigilando. Pero que tengo que arrestarla, yo, tengo que agarrarla y forcejear con ella.
I fear I've much to attend.
This is a place of prayer.
What are you doing?
Unhand me this instant.
No.
Many thanks for your assistance in this matter. Suffice to say, your testimony, combined with the evidence you've procured, have cast a great deal of suspicion upon. Pray have this, sir. This is your reward for aiding us in our...
What business have you here?
Pues listo. Pues la energía de todo este rollo voy a pasar a hacer.
The sculptor's home is...
It seems Ibrahim's scrap store offers confidential appraisals of jewels and the like.
Pray, allow me to show you the way.
Tis as you
Got something for me?
Greetings.
¿Qué ha sido de la niña? ¿La niña la han matado o algo o qué?
Sir Ludolf's lust knows no bounds. This time he's set his sights on the Watchhead's missus. Still, however pressed, no man is like to hand her his own wife, but his lordship, he employed his usual method, which is to say, he did... Poor old Gregor departed last night, and I'm sorry to say it, but he shot... That's the sort of man that noble is, you see. That tyrannical Sir Ludolf thinks he...
I'm just grateful I get to lead a quiet life. Time was, you scarce saw any beast. You'd think that'd be on account of immigration. At least I've never beheld a human with a beast. If we keep mixing, someday our kingdom will end up with more beastons than they...
Can't say I've any tidings to share.
We might scratch another task off our lists while we're here. If we are so inclined.
Efficiency is not the only factor worthy of consideration.
Over here, if you please. shall return.
¿Dónde estaba tú?
You shan't hear me complain about an early repose.
Open your eyes, everyone. 'Tis dark out, but our day begins.
Shall we check our packs and be off?
I hope you slept well.
We're here, Master.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim. Aught shall change once we have attended the coronation. If your Majesty has any unfinished business to attend to, 'tis best you do so before we depart.
Oh, ya me está liando. Aquí yo en la primera partida ya voy a estar haciendo todas las mierdas.
Very well. The coronation is to take place on the morrow. We shall depart early in the morn, so your Majesty would do well to get a good night's rest.
Master, pray leave this place. My body, it refuses to obey me. There's a voice within my mind. It commands me, sways my very will.
Sways your will? Could it be that the gods sway? We must quit this place, your Majesty. I fear our plans may fall to naught. Let us return to the tavern.
El cambiazo de gráfico.
We've been had. The false sovereign commanded the pawns at the coronation, proving his own power has arisen. According to Regent King Sven, the pretender was wearing some sort of lavish necklace at the... I imagine this artifact is the Godsway mentioned in that letter. Perchance 'tis a tool that grants power akin to that of the true arisen. 'Twould do much to explain the... Alas, unless we find some way to unmake this Godsway's power, proving your magic... Allow me to speak to the agent we captured some days past. Perchance he
Never could I have imagined such an outcome. What manner of artifact is this Godsway? I suppose 'tis pointless to ponder. Let us await the results of Captain Brant's investigation.
I suppose 'tis so.
I've been on my feet all day. My legs are as
Ah, how I've lost.
Now we've the vim to tackle the day ahead.
Off we go then.
Ready to forge on? Now to report to Captain Brant. The one we seek isn't here. Perchance we've come at the wrong time.
Waiting around doesn't seem like to do us much good. What could we be missing here?
Why, you there? Who's the one requesting? I didn't ask.
Coño, enganchate.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. If the information we pry from the agent is to be believed, there is a place in Batal devoted to the study of arts most queer. I believe it is worthy of investigation. Should fortune smile upon us, your Majesty may even discover yet official dealings twixt Vermund and Batal are suspended, and 'tis no simple matter to gain Fortunately for us, however, the agent was hiding this on his person. It is an entry permit, allowing passage through Batal's fortress. It even bears the crest of the Batali Palace. It must have been commissioned by someone. I doubt any would dare impede your passage. There is one other thing, Your Majesty. With the permit came information I found most intriguing. An oracle who once served in Vermundian court now resides in Batal. This oracle foretold the coming of the Arisen and was banished from the kingdom when her prophecy displeased the Queen. Indeed, 'twas by this same oracle's power that the agent in question came to know of your Majesty's whereabouts.
La mujer gata de blanco de la portada del juego.
The oracle knows much of the Arisen. Should you make her acquaintance, she may be able... You have my fullest confidence. The way to Batal should be... When you arrive, is there aught else you would speak of, Your Majesty? Do not forget that we would...
Bueno, aquí lo voy a dejar yo
If
ya.
we seek further knowledge of the Godswain, we ought to make...
He venido cerca de 2 días de... Ahora pata. Bueno, aquí lo voy a dar ya.